Am I back now? This is working. Okay. Maybe I can fix it on. I don't think so. I don't think we fixed that. It's one of those things where I need to dig out a laptop that has the same problem. Let's see. Can I get the chat back here? Probably not. Let's do the pop-up chat.
User communication is acquired.
Let's see. Second file. Oh, those aren't VGUI, huh? Okay, I don't need to do the radio command stuff then. Then it's already accurate to CS. Probably start working on the, you know, spectating stuff. Rewrite. Or whatever. Yeah, why? Let's see. If anyone's gonna trickle in. For the time being, what could I do? Yes, I can go to VCS. Auto assign, yeah, that works. Yeah. Picture switch there and all that stuff. Colors. And then I guess we have some fills. Frame color. Huh? Pretty sure that's that. I'm being stupid. There we go. That's accurate. More or less. Start that in the color thing. Uses a mild sound system. Oh yeah, that is implemented too. It just depends on which codec you have set. So if you do CL VoIP codec, was it 2? There you go. 2 or 3. Was it 4? No, just do this. Uses Opus sound codec. Wish there needs to be a way to switch those. That is true. Currently it's all just the console still. Keep on top. Let's clean up a little bit. It's a bit messy in here. Got a little wine window down here. Guess we need to start gold source. Real gold source, that is. And, yeah. Ooh. I guess until more people trickle in, I will just, go through some code to clean up, I guess. Yeah, I should redo these. Let me go into hotkey hook. All the level designers. Then they have some more usable entity definitions. Yeah, I wanna open. Yeah, if you do come into chat, don't forget to say hi. So I can actually engage and answer questions because I feel like that's probably. Oh my god, what did I just do? What did I just do? Clearly messed up somewhere. I'll figure out what it is. No, I don't need to compress the database. Thanks, good. I don't know. Looks fine. Actually, let me just do this. Stages. Almost done. Now let's do this nonsense all over again. Clean, that's clean, that's clean, that's clean, that's clean. Gotta do multiple passes when doing stuff like this anyway. Damn it. Oh, no. Still waking up. Looks fine, looks fine, looks fine. Looks fine, looks fine, looks fine, looks fine. It's gonna go P90. Oh damn. Actually, what the hell is this? P228. P5. M4A1. HE grenade. Damn, the trash man is here. What you watching over there? Just curious.
Oh, okay.
So entity definition here. Let's actually go through it. Grep Quake. Yeah, it's just grep Quake. Yeah, should have gotten everything. Cool. Now, this is gonna be more accurate entity definitions. Okay, that is not good. Something went wrong there. It's probably because I changed the QuakeAd syntax a little bit, but that's fine. Ah, yeah. Okay. AK-47 show up. Yep. All the weapons show up. Very nice. Now the question is, where else do I have quick and comments hidden? A couple places. It's fine. Was it this show? Oh yeah. And in case of anything on the client, there. Yeah, let's compress. Let's compress the database. It's probably not the best way of doing this. Which is, I think, more or less how it is in the other entities, but this needs to be a trivia. Introduced in I think that's how it goes. Yeah. Do it for all the weapons. Ideally. A lot of manual work. This is why you have a system and plan ahead of time. But it's gonna be way too boring to watch here. So I'm not gonna continue this. I'm just gonna sit on these. What can I do? Is that more I can do in DMC? Maybe. I could do some waypointing, I guess. Yeah. Let's do some waypointing. We gotta finish those waypoints. Let's go in here. Let's build all of DMC. Oh, it doesn't have a thing. It doesn't have a manifest. Game. And let's see which waypoints am I missing. We have DC DM5, DM2, DM4. We don't have DM3. Alright. I think we can do DM3, but probably want to do DM6 because it's a smaller map. Let's go into waypointing. It's just the sensitivity to 4, my preferred. And let's go to the way menu. Let's add small point waypoints. There we go. Now there's a waypoint at every info player deathmatch. And now we can start actually planting waypoints. Because you all will need this when you want to make your own manual pathfinding. Let me change the FOV too. Let's make it larger so it can look exactly how it is. Okay, so my general method is starting with single waypoints. Yeah, so these are at any sort of junction point that may be of interest. Like, there's going to be very few people that would want to navigate down here. I mean, you can do that and stuff, but we want to keep things clean. So let's place a waypoint right here. You also want to give it some room to breathe, because we'll get into the radiuses, whatever, in a bit, because they determine also quite a bit about how AI travels and stuff. So here, let's add move walking helps too. Let's add one here. Let's add one here. And one here. And let's add one here. So if you're wondering, isn't this antiquated? Well, depends. Some engines, like Unreal Engine, they support 2 different methods of waypointing. One of them is manual placement like this. The other one is having a more like CSS or CSGO approach, where you have like the areas marked, like actual boundaries. They're like D-boxes with no real height or anything. And those areas that are populated throughout, they determine like which areas are neighboring and all that stuff. And we do not have that luxury here, unfortunately. Let's remove these waypoints. They're kind of not really good. Those are the ones generated during the spawn process. Let's add a single waypoint here. Let's add one here. Add those splices in the geometry, just to make it a really nice, smooth transition. Yeah, let's just finish these off. And yeah, this is how I did all of the waypoint files for all the games we support. There's a lot of work that goes into this. And you don't need to know any code to do this, so if you want to contribute waypoint files, go right ahead. It's not the most entertaining thing that I want to do every day, but it's variety. You know, sometimes you're just spending a lot of time in the code editor and you just draw a blank, and you're just like wondering, what is going on in my brain? And yeah. Okay. So you get the gist of how many waypoints you should be using. There's little reason for me to plant ones there. Very few people ever take this route anyway. I mean, I can add one, but let's focus on fleshing out this area. First of all, there's 2 ways of links. There's one-way links and 2-way links. Because sometimes, what if you want to make it that, oh, I'm here, and I want to allow someone to jump down here. Well, then you would do a one-way link, so they can fall down but not go back up. Makes sense, right? So I press 2 and I do a 2-way link. 2, 2. Huh. There, but maybe not. Depends. Probably be fine. If it doesn't work during testing, oops, then we'll fix it. So this is the stuff we manually placed around. That's all good so far, but it's not complete. I'm not talking about the map, but the waypoints themselves, because we have radius settings. And if you're wondering, what does the radius stand for? Well, let me demonstrate it to you. This is obviously a narrow area, right? And this is probably an appropriate radius for this thing, because once you step into that radius, you count as having touched the thing, basically. You might even want to have it narrower, so that once they touch it, in a sense, they don't get stuck on that corner here. Otherwise, they will hit that sort of, oh yeah, we touched this waypoint, let's go, and then this will happen. So you don't want to do that. This can be, I mean, yeah, this is probably gonna be fine. This might be fine. I don't know. It's, no, I'm not comfortable with that. These can be much larger, because we have a large platform here, large staircase. Even that is okay, because if we stand here, we can still reach that waypoint. Same here. So I'll just use these for now. And there we go. And I missed that I was doing stuff here. So now we gotta unlink these waypoints, which we can do. Yeah. And okay. But even though this is a small map, waypointing this does take time. This is fine. I don't even think we need this one here. 7. I can turn the FOV down now. Am I even streaming? Yes. Oh well. Maybe a good placement would be here. Make it a really large radius. area. That's fine. Well, I think for the time being this will do okay for some test work. To the radius settings. We really one large radius. One. Eight, and then let's do radius settings. Yeah, much better. Let's save it for the time being. Check everywhere else. Okay, yeah, some missing here. It's gonna be okay. We'll do another waypoint here with a larger radius that we will connect here. And that way, although I'm not sure if we even need to connect that one, but ideally it'll pick the shortest path, go over here. I mean, if you want to go in there, you'll be basically forced to go through this waypoint. That's the idea. In that way you are lined up properly. That's the idea. So, let's save the waypoint file. Restart and add some bots. Something. Man, close to it. The damage rise, man, I still not prepared still. Let's just see how much damage I'm doing. It's setting on G development. Oh, but too much text. Damn. Damn. I gotta debug the damage. 8 damage, 4 damage, 4 damage. Huh. We'll see. Those sound like the shotgun damage values. Maybe it's really not hitting them properly. That would suck. But it's still fun. So even if it's slightly incorrect. Let me get the Ring of Invisibility. Which the bots do not respect right now. There you go. Oh yeah, that's another thing that DMC did not have. Oh, let's pick those bots. Other that DMC did not have is, yeah, those power-up icons. They are in the game files, with the exception for the suit one, but they're never used. So I decided to add them in a similar fashion to like how Opposing Force does its CTF icons. I just think it's important to have that too. You can't just solely rely on like the glow shell effect that's in the view model. Because like right now I have invisibility, so I can't see my view model anyway. Just barely, but yeah. Kinda need a little bit more feedback than that. So waypoints for DM6, mostly. They do not shoot the secret area yet. They also do not traverse teleporters, and that's something I need to fix within, first of all, the engine and the Nuclide bot framework, because there's no way to mark waypoints as, oh, these don't have any travel cost associated to them. What is travel cost? Well, that's the distance from A to B. And the engine basically does a tree traversion type thing and goes through and checks what the shortest path is from A to B. And teleporters are not a thing it knows about. So we would need to add a flag to be like, okay, the distance between this waypoint and this waypoint is essentially free, so there's no cost associated to them, and hence the waypointing would allow us to mark, you know, how teleporters go from A to B. That's something that we need to do. Maybe not today, but it's something that we need to keep in mind. And I guess the next map we could do is E1M2. That one has teleporters, I think. I don't remember. There's always a single player level. There is one with teleporter, yes, there's one teleporter. It is down here. There may be a second one. I don't remember. It's down here. I think that's the only teleporter. And with that, you're kind of stuck down there anyway, so that may be the shortest path, but there's also waypoints going to be needed for the platform here. Which, we can do. It's not really all that complicated. Alright. Way menu. Let's add the spawn point waypoints first. There you go. Let's do it. And then got these here. It's a bit messy dealing with these little areas. More for HL today, I see. Nice. Also, could you turn your voice up a tad? Comes out quiet. Yeah, sure. Totally. Okay, then I have to go into my Preferences. Input gain is already max. Alright, let's see if I can apply some sort of boost or something. There is noise suppression on it. Limiter, noise suppression, upward compressor, gain. Let's see. Will this work? This might be better. I think. Test. Let me know if that's okay. And I can tweak it more. That is much better. Okay, awesome. Yeah. I'm still waking up a little. Only had 1 cup of coffee. So I'm a bit sleepy. And I may make mistakes. But that is why I'm starting with some waypointing. Because that is a good, you know, just a variety thing. So what I'm currently doing right now is just placing a couple single waypoints. Which, oh, this map reminds me. I need to figure out why this door is not opening from the other side. 1 cup is enough for Quake Sea Devil. Oh yeah. Yeah. Now sometimes you have to do something a bit stronger. I'm afraid. To get... I used to drink 8 cups of coffee a day when I was wrapping up the development for 1.0 of my video game The Wastes. That was not good for my body. I never want to do that again. But, man, that was rough. That was really bad. Really bad. Another thing I need to add for the bots is for them to be like, oh yeah, please shoot this over there. I may have added like a placeholder link flag. No, I only added one for use. Okay. I need to probably explain some of these flags at some point. But the gist is flags are only active when you're traversing from like one node to another. And this could be smoother. I actually don't like it if it's too jaggy. That's too jaggy. Should be like a term for those janky Jaguar games. Thank you. And Rich, if you ever listen to this, don't hate me for it. Rich being Rich Whitehouse, an awesome guy who recently released a Jaguar emulator, which is incredible. Okay, so now add some notes here. Is there anything that I ought to show off? Any tips, any advice, any sort of getting started motivation I could provide in regards to FTE or FreeHL? Let me know. To anyone listening, because I do know it gets brought up a lot. Like, oh yeah, FTE is so alien, so complicated. It can be. I don't even know all the commands. But here is a pro FTE tip. Increase the text size. Thank you. To 18, so everyone can see it. So if you ever want to like find something in FTE, let's say I want to know everything related to shadows, then you can do apropos shadow, and it'll list you every console variable that you can set with description and defaults. So I'm like, okay, let's adjust the gravity. How do you do that? Let's go gravity. Okay, there is G gravity, global gravity setting in unit per second. That's a nuclide thing, technically. Then there's SV gravity, which is an engine thing. I think I wrapped them. I think I have like an alias to them, which is why the engine description broke. But usually if it has a description, it's the right one. Some are aliases for compatibility. So let's do G gravity 100, and yeah, there you go. Yeah, so let's set that back. And now we know how to use the console to set things. I'm just taking it in at the moment. Have you ever followed your free gold source projects in a few months? Is the aim support for Quake DM a new development, or have I just been ignorant to it? Oh no, this is just Deathmatch Classic. This is something that Valve released. You know, you have to pay money for it now. For well, I find it's just an alias, I think. Find shadow. Yeah, it's probably just an alias. You can use find. There's also a couple other really good search variables. For example, if you have like lots of mods installed, right? You go to like maybe Counter-Strike and you have a custom map installed that's in a PK3 file or something, like an archive, and you want to figure out what is overriding my scientist.mdl. You can do flocate models scientist.mdl. And then it'll actually tell you which archive it is in. Yeah, that's also incredibly helpful. But you know, Deathmatch Classic is a game. It's its own mod. This isn't Quake 1. This is just a Half-Life mod called Deathmatch Classic that Valve released in 2000 and... Was it 2000? 2001? Either way, they released it as part of their internet mod support team. There was a separate team inside Valve, which had basically would maintain, you know, I think websites and stuff like Wavelength. Those aren't around any longer. But basically it all turned into Valve Developer Wiki. And those people worked on this with the blessing of John Carmack. And obviously they were in the right to do this as they had the, you know, Quake developer disk license and all that stuff. So they could reuse some of the assets and code. That's fascinating. I knew it looked a little different, but the obviously one, yeah, no, it's Deathmatch Classic is really fascinating. Let me save these waypoints a little. So they did ship a few maps. These are the official maps, not Arrow. Arrow's not official. Climax not official. But what's official to DMC is DC DM5. These maps down here, and PSE3. So DC DM5 is a map by Dario Casali that he released in early 1997. So just a deathmatch level, and it's actually a really cool concept of like item layout, because the whole idea is that all the weapons and ammo are down here. Yeah, and so people basically gear up and they have to get to the higher parts of the level where the more, you know, experienced alive players may hang out, because that's where all the health is, and armor and pickups and stuff. So it's the duty of those up above that'll hog health items and so on to kill the people spawning below that have all the weapons with them. So there's gonna be like a tug of war between who's on top and stuff all the time. It's an interesting idea. I'm not sure how well it worked out in practice, but that was the idea of this map. So I would really like to play these with people that are aware of the context. Sadly, the map in DMC does not ship with any context. It doesn't have any README associated with it. So the original Quake version is all I have to go on, which I can also load up here. Here's the original Quake version, which loads just as is in FreeDMC, obviously, as this is just FTE Quake World. So we can see how the map changed a little bit, but how it's also mostly stayed the same. And yeah, I try to support as many games as possible. You'll be able to play on Quake 3 levels on FreeDMC just like this. Why not, right? I mean, it's an arena shooter. So if you really like DMC or whatever, you should be able to play on the Quake 3 maps. Why not, right? That's one of the things I would really love to do, is to, at one point, just make it that people can play levels from whatever. Here's the invulnerability pickup. That icon does not exist in real DMC, by the way. It's in the game files, but it's not referenced. So, yeah. And also that button in the real version of the map I have it fixed, but if you go up there and look at the button, it's missing a texture. How about HL2DM? I know Spike, maybe YouTube was working on Source BSP support. I know HL2DM blows, but a good excuse to add it. Yeah, that's the idea. I've started adding a lot of Source Engine entities. Nuclide under the hood understands the Source engine, well, Source SDK's input-output system as well. So a lot of stuff just works already. I can boot into a lot of Half-Life 2 maps and just play them. I can walk through them, I can spawn, I can deathmatch and HLDM. A lot of that stuff just works already. There isn't a whole lot missing for deathmatch purposes probably. But yeah, the idea is that once I'm done with all the Gold Source games, like things like Gunman and so on, at least the multiplayer part, I'm not talking about the single player just yet, because single player is a whole different can of worms. Once I did the multiplayer games, I will do Half-Life 2 Deathmatch and maybe Portal, but that's the order. In terms of Source Engine games, I'll tackle our first two HL2 Deathmatch, and then I will do Portal. Portal is extremely simple, and it is a good showcase of, you know, just entity work in general in the Source SDK base. So that's the idea. Those would be the two Source Engine games I would work on first. And yeah, it's like I can do dash game HL2, plug load HL2, SV cheats 1, max players, let's do 1, and do map background 05. Let's see. I don't remember which map that is, but I can find out. There you go. So like, you can already walk around the maps, you can interact with them. These artifacts are related to portals, not loading. So if I do R no vis 1, but SV no PVS 1, I think it should work better. No, oh right, it's a background map. I'm stupid. It's just cold. So no, that's just how the background map is. Let's go to a real map. D1 town 04. That's like where the bridge is being, like that little trolley, not the trolley thing, but the little cart that Father Grigori is getting you over, I think. Oh no, it's already in the cave, huh? Okay. Alright. But yeah, autosave works. Shotgun. We've got some barrels down here that if I... Oh yeah, you can hear the damage sound maybe even. That stuff just works right now. Just without any real additional work. Map D1. Canals. Let's go to canals. But no, Portal working, totally doable. There actually is a Quake mod that Spike did, which uses real portals, like render target type stuff, which is a lot of fun to play with. I might have that installed. I'll have to check. But yeah, here is that. Let's do SV no PVS1. Okay, still not on the render portals. I mean the area portals. It's really the optimizations here that make it not show up. And I gotta deal with them proper. Just put on Desert Sky. But yeah, some VMT material support is pretty rough. But like, yeah, the maps load. Static models load. A lot of stuff loads. And most of the entity work is there and it works. It's just a lot of work. For context, this is the GS endbase. It originally was called the Gold Source endbase, but it should probably be renamed because it includes a lot of Source Engine entities, from cube maps to, you know, particle systems, which are networked and some of them predicted. These are the entities that run on both client and server. It's about 26 entities, not counting decals. But yeah. It's 26 entities. On the server, we have 97 entities, and these are all implementations of things that you expect. Like here's trigger multiple. That is just something that's spread throughout the maps, and you can see here that yeah, there's some support for outputs and stuff like that. These are lots of entities that Source uses, obviously. There's some that are exclusive to Source, like where is it? Like the point entities, point camera, point trigger, prop door rotating, prop dynamic. These are all Source engine entities. There's a couple here, point message, which we use all the time. I can't express how often we use those. Let me show some of my test maps here. These are all the test maps I use just for Half-Life currently. Demo path corners, cutscene, crowbar only. A lot of these are from TWHL. All the monster ones I made. Scripted sequence. Some of these Gethin made, aka Xyleman. Lots of test maps. Lots and lots of test maps. Yeah. Just to test behavior. And some of them are Source usage, but they're in a different game directory. And like this is a generic nuclide test map. And ooh, interesting. Text doesn't show up here right now. I need to fix that. Whatever regression that is. But yeah, you can load this map up in C-Strike as well if you really want to. Test I. Yeah, same thing. Go spawn as a CT. Use the buy menu. Let's buy a Deagle. And then let's use this thing and boom. Dead. Right, so people can always admired how GSource expanded entity focus sequences. You can do some awesome sequencing outside the map editor. Yeah, absolutely. And there's a lot of concepts that haven't been explored when it comes to both cold source and Source. But like Source does really, really good things for just allowing mods to override behavior that was hard-coded before. Like when it comes to material properties, you being able to just define new surface parameters on the fly is really cool. I adopted a lot of that. So if you go into surface properties txt, you can see like all the different materials that Half-Life uses. Internally, I wrapped them. Well, wrapped them at one point. But now if you want to, let's go into, yeah, you have in Half-Life, you have a file called materials.txt. You can add more custom materials to them now, and each symbol here for the material type just gets looked up to an entry in the list here. And you can specify footsteps and bullet decals and other fun things. And that wasn't possible in Cold Source or Source. So now in FreeHL, you can actually have mod-specific surface properties and materials that you couldn't do that easily before. Even in Source, in order to have custom impact decals, you need to change the source code. You can't just go in and do that. The client DLL has hard-coded which kind of impact materials there are in Half-Life 2, which kind of sucks, but they went halfway there, at least. So they can define new materials, but not define exactly how they look and behave as nice as this. So I did try to improve upon how Source Engine does things. There's a lot of Source Engine conventions in here I support, from prop data, which is used for all the func breakables. So when a func breakable breaks, it actually does a lookup and look us up here. This is a glass material, it's from a gold source map. What model does it use? Okay, it uses Gibbs glass. And Gibbs glass is defined here as models, glass Gibbs. And I define via some pound symbol parameters. It has so many submodels, and it will use this render mode, which is, I think, additive, right? And 5.0 is just the amount of seconds that the GIB lasts. It's not something you can do in Source either. Source does not allow you to add any parameters to these GIBs. Source uses the same system here, but it doesn't allow you to choose submodels or render modes or anything like that. Missed opportunity, I think. But we have it here, and that's all that matters. Hopefully some other engines or projects, or maybe Source Engine projects, will adopt some of this. I don't know. I try to support as many conventions as possible. For example, there's like a couple different ways that Gold Source games write materials into the game. For example, yeah, this is the base material list. And mods do all sorts of funny business. Like in Counter-Strike, we have N for snow and X for grass. And other games, you know, may use snow, or they'll use something else, like tin roof. You know, and being able to change these is, without changing code is really, really helpful. So there's a lot of conflicts that we deal with, and lots of conventions, like the waste loads material definitions this way. Trinity uses this way. Swen Co-op does something completely different. And we support all of them. No Gold Source mod does this. No Gold Source anything does this, except for, I guess, FreeHL. And a lot of research goes into, like, what are the best practices? What are the conventions that the community agrees on? Because we don't want to invent our own system and then force everyone else to adopt it, right? But, yeah, often there's not a good system, and then you have to come up with something else. You just hope that people adopt it. Fight you on Pool Party. I don't know what that map was. It's not Pool Day. It's a more polished version of Pool Day. And the coffee is starting to work. I'm getting all hyper, so excuse me if I'm a bit too fast or I'm just blubbering nonsense. That water effect is also in Half-Life, but it's not used. I wonder why. Oh no. Get demonetized. There's the bullet penetration working. Which does not penetrate past a certain thickness. Which is only why some of these go through. Being able to resize freely is so nice. Another thing that I want to advocate for, if this actually gains any sort of attention, momentum, is the way that we install things into, you know, mods and stuff really kind of is subpar in Half-Life right now. In FreeHL and so on, we actually put custom maps into PK3 archives. Yeah. So if you have a level, we put it into a zip file. And yeah, if you want to delete a custom map with all of its assets, you can just, you know, you can just put it in the recycling bin. In Half-Life, obviously, on Steam, you have to validate your game files. Some custom maps override models within Half-Life, like Squall's Counter-Strike levels, like DE Walmart and stuff. What they do is they override Scientist MDL and Hostage MDL, which some people might not want. And trying to delete those maps with the custom content is a pain. So you would have to effectively reinstall the game if you were playing the original 1 release, for example. We don't have to do that here because we have PK3 and PK4 archive support. They're just zip files, really. And I've been talking to a Valve employee about this. They have access to the code and they have been asked to work on updates in the past. But I don't think that they care about this sort of thing as much as I do. So I don't think there's a chance of Half-Life getting those sorts of quality of life features, unfortunately. And it's, you know, it sucks, but hey, what do you do? It's not like that they don't support this already, because Gold Source on Steam uses the same file system module that Source Engine does. And Source, guess what, has zip file support to load archives like this. Why do they not enable it? Again, it's just some sort of disconnect somewhere. I don't know. Oh yeah, Counter-Strike works. Gunman Chronicles works too. I need to really spend some time on making sure that's really good. That save game. Pika 3's mini containers are awesome. I wish I'd gotten around to implementing support in a couple of my Q forks. And yeah, I wouldn't expect Valve to want to maintain Gold Source projects, won't even fix HL Source. Yeah, Half-Life Source, why they don't want to fix that is actually really complicated. I totally agree with the like Half-Life Source. I'm gonna just I always made fun of it in the past. I don't think the end result is that great. That said, the idea, I totally understand. The idea was to get all the games onto one common baseline engine. Totally get that. And then eventually, Orange Box came along and put a bullet in it said with that, and then Left 4 Dead branches came along. There's like different branches for those games. Left 4 Dead 1 has its own branch, Left 4 Dead 2 is its own branch in their source tree, I think. And in the case of Half-Life Source, so when they ported that to Linux and all that stuff, they all rebased it onto source base 2013, I think. That's the same source code tree as TF2 builds on. And TF2 is a monolithic code base, from what I've heard. It's massive. So DMC has regressed a lot. Not DMC, Half-Life Source has regressed a lot from what I've been told, and they have had no one actually go into the source base 2013 games like Half-Life Source and stuff and made sure that they still work properly. And so what I'm taking in is the upstream version of Half-Life Source is much more unstable, and not any of the people that are on the GitHub tracker are working on those things. So, yeah. Source base 2013 would need to be, and that's why none of the other games have gotten updates too, by the way. It's all related to source base 2013 from what I'm told. I don't know if that's correct, but I know somebody who knows somebody, and I've been asking around because I would love Half-Life Source to work properly. I want to implement some of that too someday, at least the multiplayer parts, right? I want to make sure that people can play custom Half-Life Deathmatch Source multiplayer maps. And so I was loading it up for research. And yeah, I agree, Half-Life Source looks nasty. I always hated the concept of just tossing newer renderers and materials into a legacy project. Source Water and HL Source makes me gag. Makes total sense how it came to be though. Yeah, I think you could have, the ideal solution would have been to, instead of the Half-Life Source game logic being a port, it should have been a shim. It should have been a wrapper. It should have interfaced with the original Half-Life SDK game modules, which is tricky because sometimes they do send on the server side anyway custom events, some custom protocol events, like, oh, here's a temp entity of type XYZ, and they probably got rid of that stuff in Source. But you could have added ways to, you could have added APIs to remedy that. You could have added something to make the transition easier. I mean, after all, Apple managed to do it when transitioning from classic macOS to the Objective-C oriented macOS 10. And suddenly you had applications written in raw C that would compile to something workable using Cocoa and stuff, Cocoa APIs. So you can totally have some sort of wrapper or shim that deals with most of the code. And for the edge cases, you can always have an API that allows the client game to implement some custom, protocol entities or whatever, or protocol calls. You could have totally done this. Why they didn't do it, obviously it is effort, it is work, but in the end they decided to port the whole thing anyway. Yeah, I think so. The engine supporting, I mean, the engine was already designed to be really modular. You could have totally expanded the file system support to include the legacy models, including the maps, and then just shim the game logic. And that way people can play the specialists or Counter-Strike, 1.2 or whatever. 1.22 doesn't even, I don't think exist, but 1.3 at least, or other mods to just work on the source engine without the modders having to do anything. And then they could transition to using the new formats and gradually transition to use the source SDK itself. And that way, they don't have to maintain multiple engine branches, because obviously they also include networking code and data transfer mechanisms, and you want to make sure that those don't get exploited. And I already know that obviously when you look at the change logs of the past 10 years, there have been an awful lot of security updates done to Gold Source to address exploits and stuff, because people still play games like 1.6 competitively, and they demand that, and Valve doesn't want to piss these people. So if they had just one engine to bring it all together, that would be nice. They're not building it. We are kind of building it, so I guess we can look forward to that. But yeah, this is basically where we're at, as we're doing this all, which is fine. We do it because we love the games. But maybe one day, if they were to hire, let's say me, I obviously know what my priorities would be, is to make sure that the legacy library is accessible, quality of life features are done, things are portable, things are run a whole lot better. I get a lot of feedback that 3HL runs a lot better than Steam Gold Source does, which is kind of sad. Makes sense because they raised the OpenGL requirement, and so integrated GPUs from like 15 years ago are not going to be able to run games as well. But still, I think you can do a whole lot better, even for the old games. But the problem obviously is that increasing things like frame rate, tick rate, and stuff will bring in incompatibilities. I am aware of that. That's not what I'm trying to get at here. There's other things you can improve besides, increasing the frame rate across the board, just to make it run better on older computers. So, yeah, Gunman Chronicles is implemented, a lot of it, not everything. The weapons still need work. I actually went and implemented a really nice lightning gun beam for DMC, and that will be the basis for some Gunman Chronicles stuff. But definitely prefer the hobbyist attempt via Nuclide, though. Nice permissive license encourages community engagement. If only FTE was more portable. FTE is pretty portable from, compared to other engines. I think it does have at least a make file, and its requirements are basically just X11 with Mesa and, either SDL audio for sound or ALSA. Android port needs work. The Android port has regressed. The web port has received some attention recently, which is nice. You can actually, to all the people that don't know this, but if you go to FT Quake World, oh my god, I can't type today. If you go to FT Quake World and you go to the Quake page, you can actually run the Quake shareware in the browser. This is running just FTE as is. And there is a project underway that'll use FreeHL and put that into the browser, which will be really cool to look forward to. It's not made by me, but I've worked with some of these people and they're really great people. But yeah, FT in the browser to anyone who doesn't know this exists. And all the cool development features. Why doesn't underscore work? That's odd. But yeah. Underscore doesn't work right now, which is odd. Could be just my setup. But yeah. I think FTE is pretty portable compared to other engines. However, we could still do a better job. I agree with that. And Vulkan supports need to be better in FTE. It's also why I haven't spent a lot of time on writing shaders, but for Vulkan anyway. Embedded systems become tricky too. I come from the console homebrewing space. Oh, that's nice. Getting even a bare bones FT build running on looks like quite the challenge. Love the WebGL tension, super easy to deploy. Yeah, if you don't mind me asking, what console homebrewing space? I love having done it. I have done a deep dive a few years ago into Mega Drive with SGDK and stuff. I also have a Dreamcast development environment set up on this machine, so I can just run ELF binaries and compile Dreamcast projects. So I'm like really enthusiastic about that sort of stuff, and I would love to see FTE Quake World run on the Dreamcast. The problem is memory constraints right now. You only have 16 megabytes of system memory on the Dreamcast with I think 4 megabytes of video memory. Now the engine binary is already more than half the size of the system memory that Dreamcast has available. And so trying to cram maps and models in there might not be all that good. So yeah, FTE is quite big. There's a lot of stuff in there, and one of the biggest concerns is the internal data structures related to the models. Model data structures are pretty big in FTE Quake World to facilitate all the different model formats, and that is causing a lot of RAM usage right now. PlayStation Portable was the big one. I was a lead on Nazi Zombies Portable up until recently. That project also brought over to PS Vita, Nintendo Switch, Nintendo 3DS, all different source ports. Oh yeah, I remember Nazi Zombies Portable. I was active in the PSP homebrew scene back in like 2008, 2009. I was doing some modding on Kurok, which you obviously remember. Everyone remembers Kurok. I was there when Wololo on IRC we discovered, I don't know, was it Wololo? It's not, but Wololo was doing half byte loader, and we were using the Patapon 2 demo exploit to flash the PSP custom firmware after Dark Alex disappeared to get, you know, homebrew running on the PSP. That was awesome when we figured out that, oh yeah, you can write into the version txt file and just tell it that we're really running a really old version of the firmware. Once we discovered that in the community, that was awesome. That was just incredible. And finally, we could play Quake again and Doom again, which I remember I was trying to like load the early Doom eboot files, and they were using a completely different booting system, and I was like really confused, and I had to basically catch up on like almost half a decade worth of homebrew stuff in the PSP community, because things changed so much back then. All the time. I think that Doom port expected you to like run 1.0 firmware or something, and that's why it didn't work. Like the early Japanese models of the PSP. I love that platform. So many good memories with the PSP. Now we have the Steam Deck, which is the first handheld that actually can emulate Dreamcast games, probably. I think, anyway. There probably are some other portable PCs that have done that before, but the battery life isn't as good, so can't play through Shenmue on that $300 portable PC. Those Quake source ports were really rough. I bugged Spike a ton and tried to get my PSP source port up to stuff. Oh yeah. Now I remember there was one of Fitzquake, there was one of Dark Places that somebody did, which tried to improve model support as well. But the Dark Places port ran at, if I remember correctly, like around 20 FPS max. Like that's it. That's all it could do. And while that's probably fine for a PSP game, just like spending your whole life in there, it just wasn't good enough. There would need to be something a lot better. And I think the PSP can do a little bit better. I'm not sure if we actually talked to the renderer properly, or if there was like a wrapper binary from GL. But it's one of the issues that the Dreamcast community has, is there are not enough people that know raw PowerVR code. So people rely on Callisto OS's implementation of libgl, which is pretty good. The libgl implementation is actually like really impressive for Callisto OS on Dreamcast, but it's not it still could be better, is what I'm saying. Because not because of libgl, but because if people just talk to to Power VR directly, they would obviously skip a lot of abstraction that is causing slowdowns. Switch can do Dreamcast. Yeah, it can, but they don't encourage you to put emulators on that system. I had a really bad experience doing that on even Sony's platforms. I am a strong believer of putting things like Kodi on all of my consoles. They're hooked up to a TV. I love watching movies, so Kodi has to be on a system. And if on the PS3, I got banned for launching Homebrew while forgetting to go offline. I mean, so I don't know what Nintendo does, but I've heard they're pretty strict. I don't own any Nintendo home consoles, and never have. I've only owned the portables, like Game Boy Pocket, Game Boy Advance, and later the 3DS. Never had a DS or DSi, but yeah. I think they're just way too harsh for me. I don't want to build a console library on a platform that'll ban me if I want to use it in a way I want to. And, this isn't about, anything else to me. It's just a matter of principle. I just will not support that. And the Steam Deck is really nice because they obviously let you just install RetroArch and emulate whatever you want. So that's good. But yeah. I have no other real opinion on the Switch. I think it's neat in terms of the size and form factor. The controls, obviously people have issues with them, but it's probably the best thing that Nintendo could have built at the time that it released. And it makes sense that people love it. It's a nice portable handheld that can be docked. Totally get the appeal. But yeah, it's just a matter of principle for me. So let me actually see what we need to do on the weapons, I guess. Explorers 1. Okay. Okay. So I'm not sure if there actually is supposed to be any impacts here. This thing is obviously not a real weapon. Nintendo is pretty hard on it. Senpai's PI's on a 3DS scener. Definitely agree with the principle, but I'm still drawn closer to the console communities for something like deck, just like scene. Oh yeah. Love my deck though, use it as main workstation, sorry for distracting you. No, don't, no, I want to talk to people. That's really important because I am most of the time just kind of submerged in computer stuff and my little local community of people. I don't talk to that many people on the internet these days. I got scarred by the punk message board days, which is also why I'm kind of staying out of Quake community stuff and mostly do my own thing. It's not that I hate people or anything, I want to talk to people, but I want to do it on my own terms. A stream like this is nice. It's cozy. We get to talk about the things we want to talk about. We can ask each other questions, even if it's not Quake related. I mean, if you just like want to know, like, whatever, like, why am I using this? I want to talk about that stuff. That's going to be important someday. Somebody's going to look back at this stuff and be like, hey, I want to know what was going on in the head at the time. And so I think, small talk like this is important. Thankful I wasn't around for any of that. Super newbie, didn't get into all this until 2016. Oh yeah. Yeah, no. There's a lot of communities. I don't want to single out any specific one. Obviously, communities where you can post anonymously are rough because people will just talk behind your back all the time and will not face any repercussions or consequences. I don't believe in the anonymous posting. I mean, this isn't exclusive to image boards. To anyone who thinks it is, this is something that even Slashdot had, and if you don't know what Slashdot is, definitely look it up. It's still relevant and around in a lot of circles. But anonymous posting, I obviously want people to express themselves and so on, but I also believe that if you say something, you need to bear the responsibility of saying it in a public forum to some extent. There's exceptions, and entertainment is entertainment, you know, like who gets out of the bed and gets upset frothing at the mouth because of a video game or a movie? If that's all you have in life, that makes sense, and that is unfortunate if that's all you have in life, but there's a lot of things more important, I think. And I care mainly for these old games because these are environments that people grew up in. They are not just a place that, you know, just existed for a short period of time. Some of these maps people spend tens of thousands of hours of their lives on. And I want to make sure that they're preserved and accessible, and that people can play these games in the way that they want. You know, like I said earlier, if somebody makes a Quake 3 level, why shouldn't you be able to play it in Quake 1? Or Deathmatch Classic? It's all arena shooter levels. If somebody really wants to do that, why do we have to port everything? We don't have to remake a map in a different engine if the engine can just load that format. Hey Squarepack, how is it going? There's no real agenda today. I've done a whole bunch of work. Maybe I can show that off a little bit. Let me actually quit Gunman Chronicles. There's too much work I need to do on that game. But I can show off what I was working on. Whoops. So yeah, we have VGUI menus now for team selection and stuff in Counter-Strike. Oh yeah, it's the GoldenEye level that was included with one of the CS betas. Huh. And yeah. All this stuff works. And if you're like wondering, oh, I remember this looking better. Well, let's load up the real Counter-Strike 1.5 and compare it. Where's my Halo ASS support though? Oh yeah. No, Halo. Like I used to, there's this running gag that me and Spike used to have, because he would add support for weird formats like you know, the World of Warcraft levels or whatever. And I would be like, hey, when are you gonna add support for the FIFA 97 stadiums? I wanna be able to kick people's gibs into the respective goals and stuff. He would actually take me seriously for a while. But yeah, here's the buy menu on 1.5. The software renderer does not handle the TGA transparency, so ignore that, but yeah. Some things didn't even have icons. That's just how rough it was. And the only way I can tab out is by doing that. And that's what the selected team looks like. Obviously you only have the cancel button when you over respawned. Yeah. So I got T-forces. Yeah. Let me just restart the map so I respawn. The pod bot. And there you go.
Hello, at your service.
Let's go.
One HL Sojang. And all the code for that is in these two files. Here we have the base buy menu. That's 224 lines of code. And here are the individual categories. I had to put in a lookup table because it was just too much code otherwise. Setting all the different descriptions for the items, the images and stuff was just gonna be a giant switch case inside of these two methods here. Like, this is still pretty but there's no readable way to condense that. If I was trying to like put all this into a lookup table, it would just look up like a mess that nobody could understand. This at least makes some sort of sense to people who are new to C coding. But yeah, 3CS is probably the closest to completion, right? I think Half-Life Deathmatch is pretty playable too. Deathmatch Classic is pretty finished. there's just like small inaccuracies and details, obviously, for it being, you know, let's see what custom. Half-Life Deathmatch is pretty good. I'll just load that up real quick on Frenzy. It's a map nobody ever plays. There you go. We got even the team play logic. MP, team list. Let's see, Robo H grunt. It's to restart. Right, and now I'm Team Robo. And I can do choose team H grunt, I think. Yeah, and I've switched teams. So that's good. So all the team logic and stuff works as well. Can add some bots, which every Nuclide game supports. Okay, they don't choose the right team. That I definitely ought to fix. Should be more auto-balanced. Well, like, yeah, you can play Half-Life Deathmatch in this. And, you know, have fun. You can play CS on this and have fun. There's obviously inaccuracies with the B-Box. There's some technical issues on the engine side of things that need to be ironed out. For example, if we do... are you familiar with, like, rollback netcode or, like, the time travel that happens on a multiplayer game? It's kind of messy. I'll try to explain it as best as I can. Basically, when you shoot a gun in Counter-Strike, what happens is, on the client side, we have a timestamp that gets sent along with the input commands. And then the server goes back in time to where, you know, the client fired the weapon, because obviously there's latency involved. So we roll back in time and reset all the player positions and angles to where they were. FTE only tracks the position of players and maybe the angle? I don't think it does. It only tracks the previous position of players. And the model, I think, is always persistent. And that's not enough to do proper time travel. So if the model looks up and we have to do some skeletal operations to adjust the hitboxes in the model, the engine is not going to do that. So we are basically tracing against the present hitbox, but in a past setting. Which means over the net, there's going to be inaccuracies to when you want to hit small parts of the body, like the head or whatever. So it's extremely rough, the amount of time travel that FTE does. That's something FTE has to fix, and has to make sure that we keep track of not just the position, but also the past angle and animation, and that we are actually at the exact same time stamp in the animation as we were at that point in time. FTE does not track these things currently. And so I could try to do it myself, but I don't think all bits of information are exposed for me to make a decision like that inside of the game logic. So yeah, when you shoot, like right now, obviously it takes a while to reach the server, and then it would have to make sure that all the entities that I'm trying to shoot at are rolled back to their old position, so it can be like, oh yeah, well, this person saw him here at this timestamp, so let's make sure that, you know, we actually hit them. It's messy. It's extremely rough right now, and that needs to be improved within FTE. If I need to do any extra work in the game logic, I definitely will. It's just right now, other things have more of a priority, which is why that stuff is a bit rough. Other games, Opposing Force is pretty far along too. So with Opposing Force, I'll show off some of that. And yeah, that has been fixed in FTE Quake World, I'm pretty sure, but I'm not sure why. Maybe I need to recompile the plugin. I don't know. The FFmpeg plugin. Let me go to CTF map. But yeah, so we actually have the items here, and you can see I'm gaining armor now. So the pickups work for the most part. There's some that aren't fully implemented yet. These are all the CTF specific pickups. And cheats. Go into single player. And as you can see, we have all the different weapons implemented. With the different firing modes. This is kind of borked. Need to fix that. How is it OF subtle graphic done anyway? Are those frames in a sheet? Subtitle graphics. Subtitle. The subtitle graphics. I'm not quite sure what you mean. Most sprites are in a sheet and I have to like sub-pick them, you know, like cut them up. Yeah. It's what a lot of the graphics are like. Even with the pickups here. Oh! No, that's an AVI file. That's an AVI file. It's loaded via the FFmpeg plugin. They use different codecs. The common one is the Microsoft. It's MSLRE or MRLSE. I don't know all these acronyms, but that's basically what they're doing. Is they're using a crappy Microsoft codec, and yeah, there was a bug in the FFmpeg plugin that is fixed. I don't know what happened to the fix. The new commits in the FTE tree may have made those moot. But yeah, it's also why a lot of other projects do not load these things, these files. And yeah, we have some aliasing issues when upscaling the menu, which need to be fixed. But yeah, if I load it into Team Fortress, you know, that'll look right. Yeah. That's just an AVI file playing. And here, let's make sure the chat room works. Yep, chat room works. All good. Can go into lobby. Can go into my IRC client, and boom, there we go. Talking to all the lovely people in this. And also, another thing that people may not know. But if you're connected to the chat, in FreeHL. Let me go, yeah, Scout. If you're connected to the chat in FreeHL and somebody sends a message, like woo, it'll actually show up in-game. So you don't have to worry about, you know, that. And yeah, that IRC client is all implemented in QuakeC as well. There's nothing done in the engine. I'm manually opening a socket and handling IRC chat in QuakeC. And I support MIRC colors as well, so anyone with an IRC client that does MIRC colors, go ahead and post something with a color on irc.frag-net.com. Pound lobby. That is awesome. Time to get FreeCS set up. I'm gonna try it. Definitely. All you need is a copy of FT Quake World. Grab the latest FreeHL and FreeCS binaries. And obviously the data. So yeah, I'm just gonna cap the flag real quick. And here's the caltrops. Whee! And yeah, I do need to work on the HUD a little bit more. It doesn't indicate the grenades you have. There you go. 10 points. 10 kills, I guess. And I think that the other team teleporter also does not teleporter, elevator also does not work for you. That stuff all works, so you can't just go into you know, this here will not allow you to do that. So all those things work. You can also build like dispensers and stuff. Yeah, let's see. Elevator doesn't work for me. Let me switch team, go to engineer. And there is no command menu yet, but you can build things. And they do technically work. But yeah, there's so much missing still. Can't upgrade them or anything. And this thing is constantly aiming down. But yeah, that's where TFC is at right now. A lot of the classes implemented, some even really nicely done in terms of polish. When it comes to the heavy weapons assault cannon, as it's called. Some people call it the ass can for short. That one's really buggy in TFC, but I tried to harden it so you can't just like get the animation stuck or whatever. Demo man, oh yeah, Demo man has lots of stuff. Especially fun when you spam grenades around. That's always fun. Lots of dynamic lights. And you can obviously play on Quake 1 maps. Fixes like that help these games feel better mainline. Oh yeah, there's so many quality of life features that are just missing in these games. Like the physics obviously have issues. People will want to complain about the inaccuracies there, I feel, because that's just like muscle memory, right? In those games you have like a very particular way that you can bunny hop. Because they try to kill bunny hopping. You can still do it with some trickery, but like this is gonna be really easy for people to pull off now. It's just be hopping around like this. Some veterans will hate that, and for those I can just say that, well, we can make a CVAR if we can figure out how to exactly recreate Valve's behavior. Please, let's not steal code. No one wants to do that. It'll just put a project like this into, you know, jeopardy, like some other projects that we all know about. Let's not do that, but anyone's obviously free to suggest things like that. I already got some heat over the way the bullet spray patterns work in Counter-Strike, like for real. The spray patterns in Counter-Strike, I don't know what they are. I don't have the source code, and if I had access to it, I couldn't use it anyway. So, no, I'm not gonna go into a decompilation either. I just try to figure it out by visuals. All I have is a copy of Half-Life 1 and Wine, and that's what I'm doing. There's a lot of differences there. Yeah, it's not going to be perfectly accurate, but it has the chance to be better. And that's the thing that matters, really, is these old games also have issues, and something I learned when making The Wastes, the game, having played the mod. If any of you played the mod, The Wastes, you know it's a bit jank. It was never finished. It has issues. And when I was working on the game version of it, my advice was to never look at the mod. look at the weapons it has, look at the behavior written in the descriptions, and implement them to the best of your ability to what you feel is right. If you look too much over the shoulder and look too much at the original, you might get tempted to reproduce behavior that is undesirable. I spend a lot of time playing video games, new and old, and I know what feels good, I think. And so I try to implement games in a way that feels good and not necessarily accurate all the time. Occasionally, Xyleman and other people will push me and nudge me and say, hey, this is the actual behavior. This is what's accurate. Like, for example, in Opposing Force, there's a sound that plays when we do a long jump that was ingrained into my head for the longest time, and so I even made it apply in Half-Life Deathmatch. Then I got complaints that that's not accurate. So I think I C-barred it? I don't remember. But there's lots of examples like that, where you just go in and implement something, it's not really accurate, and people will get mad because their memory will go haywire and be like, that's wrong, that sound shouldn't play. And then they message me and I'll fix it. And sometimes it's bugs too. Sometimes it's just like, oh yeah, this is completely broken. And then I go in and I fix it, and I'm like, well, at least I'm not stealing code, unlike some other people, so that's a good way of looking at it, I guess. At least it's all ours. And I really mean that. I, after all, built this on top of FTE Quake World with FTE QCC. That's why I chose the license. This is for everyone. I don't want to control this necessarily. Poke 646 is another thing we need to fix. That one's also unfinished. The intro works, I think. Let's check out how well the intro works. If it even plays at all. Oh, that's not good. Yeah. Some of the triggers ain't working. I recognize those footstep sounds. They're from Kingpin. Well, some of the triggers work, but the camera doesn't for some reason. That is odd. Oh, team play is still set, huh? Okay, why is it putting me into... Oh, that is odd. That's odd. Maybe there's a reason for that. It's getting really confused. The scoreboard shows we have a team mode, but it said team play is 0. That's funny. Server info. What is it? Teams. Let's see. Yeah, no, it's something different altogether. Yeah, so, games break occasionally when I do low-level nuclide fixes and stuff. Then I gotta unbreak them. But it's good overall. Jumping back and forth between these games because they expose all sorts of different desires and needs. So for Deathmatch Classic, I have to now go into the bot code and make sure that bots can shoot buttons, for example. They gotta be able to use teleporters. I mean, they can use them, but they're unlikely to use them because if a teleporter has a waypoint going from and to across the map, it still thinks that there's some sort of cost, distance, travel cost involved. That needs to be fixed. That's something that the engine needs to respect because the engine is actually doing the heavy lifting and finding the shortest path for the players, or the bots, the AI. So, yeah. And if you're wondering about the AI, if you are actually curious what the AI is like, they actually know how to navigate this little course. Yeah. They actually taught how to do this. Yeah. It's open. Damn. Uh-oh. Damn. Did not expect that. But yeah, every Nuclide game has this bot lib. There is zero game-specific code. Yeah, they can use buttons. They can even use the crossfire bunker. They all have waypoints to interact with these things. Yeah. So if I add a few... maybe someone will actually go and press that button once it becomes ready. Oh, they're already getting kills. Let's see the obituary. There you go. Ah! That's Ken Birdwell. Having trouble. So, to explain some of the things that are going on, the bot library in the background doesn't know anything about the games. So the weapon system itself is programmed to expose some information about the weapons and how they work and all that stuff. And hey, somebody joined. Play to win. Nice. So if you go into shotgun, for example, we set the weapon type inside of the weapon table here. It's a ranged weapon, so they know that they'll be able to use it from a distance. And that's how like most of the guns work. Then the crowbars obviously outed my source for 1.5 in the RC. Oh damn. F. So yeah, the bots just know, like, oh, this is a weapon item. Let's go pick that up. Oh, this is a health item. Let's go pick that up, because they're tagged as such in the game logic. And that way, the game logic just needs to assign these tags to items and things and weapons, and the bots will just know how to use them, more or less. So that's the whole philosophy I've had for the bot lib. And if you need to override behavior, you can. Let's see, the button's open now. So we might actually hear a bot trigger the thing. That might actually happen. And in the meantime, I guess I can explain more about how the bot stuff works. So here's the bot lib in Nuclide. Most of the code is in botqc, and itself inherits most of the AI code. So on only 539 lines of code for the general navigation and bot handler, we have this bot right here. And mods don't have to use this one. They can implement their own bot on top of the AI system, of course. But this is a pretty convenient way of adding a bot to an existing game. And Deathmatch Classic, again, uses the same bot code as 3HL does. There's no bot-specific code in here. We just set tags on types of pickups, and the bots will prioritize them according to their need. If they're low on health, they'll be like, okay, I gotta find something that's tagged as a health pickup, the nearest one, and go there. And there's a couple things that we can improve in terms of the pathfinding. For example, bots need to be able to use random paths with some basic differentiation between the cost between one waypoint to another. That's so that in case we play a game like Counter-Strike and they all spawn in the same position, more or less, that they don't all use the same path. You could argue that you can simply give them a different goal to walk towards. but in maps like Hostage Rescue, that's a bit silly, because most people will gonna try to go for the hostages just from different vantage points, you know, and the bots will need to understand how to stage these things. I can abstract only so much in the game logic, but I would really like a way for me to get a completely random route without any sort of cost incentive. Cost again being the actual distance they need to travel. Let's see if we can figure out... Oh, there's someone coming over. Yeah. And I'll get them to press that button. They have not. But they picked up some satchels. And another thing they don't do is they will not go towards the security. I would love to add a callback so that bots will react to this, and all will start just plotting waypoints into the bunker. In terms of raw intelligence, how well do they stack up against typical gold source bots? That is something I have not benchmarked at all. But I know that there's a lot of gold source bots that don't even know how to press buttons and stuff properly. Or that they are just really, really rough in pathfinding themselves. And I still prefer the waypointing approach because you have a lot more control as a level designer and developer. Podbot is definitely an inspiration, if that is any indication. I do like the way that the Podbot works. One thing I don't have is I don't yet have a very robust way of doing personalities. Podbot actually has bot personalities. There's some bots that are more aggressive, there's some that are more defensive, shy bots, if you want to call them. And there is some sprinkle of that in here. It's not much, because it's getting into that territory where it's like, oh, this might affect Counter-Strike in a way that probably shouldn't be, or Deathmatch Classic, like who has a shy Deathmatch Classic bot, right? So this is where the area of games need to override functions in order to get the best results possible. Right now, my job is to make a bot lib that works really well for all these games. Kind of like the, you know, high ping bastard bot worked, where you can use that for multiple games. Yeah. So that's the sort of thing that I'm kind of worried about right now, is just writing something that's too specific to one game, which is why I haven't given the Counter-Strike bots any love. Because they will need a lot of work. The bots will need to figure out how to defuse a bomb. They need to figure out how to rescue hostages. That their priorities change, and depending on, you know, what situation they're in. That there are no health pickups or armor pickups necessarily in a map, but they have to buy them. They already buy weapons on spawn, and I think I should just switch over to Counter-Strike, because I can't get them to press the button anyway. They only do that at random times, regardless. So let me switch gears over to Counter-Strike. And what am I doing? First we gotta look Valve. And that's just an instinct of me pressing the build button. So excuse that. Just muscle memory messing with me. So let's go into Estate and let's spawn some bots. Yeah, you can see some debug prints happening in the chat of them kind of saying, oh, this is my plan. Yeah, so you can play some deathmatch type stuff but they're not that smart. You know? They don't know how to really rescue hostages. They don't know how to defuse a bomb. There's some very little code in CS to deal with this objective stuff, but it's not much. Let me see, bot QC and bot H here. This is all the CS bots implement. There's a callback for the round start. There's a callback for when they can buy things. This is the function that's called. You want to shop something. You know, just some basic overrides inside of the bot class. It's not much. Can you play deathmatch with it? Absolutely. Absolutely. Like something like Fight Yard. Ice World. Let's see. Let's make that work. That's a simple map, right? Do we have Ice World? No, but we have Pool Day, which I may have made waypoints for. I did. Not surprising. SV bot add. Disable the waypoint overlay. And they should not be able to shoot when they're frozen. I agree. They're just really deathmatch styled, as you can see. Favorite gun. There you go. So yeah, you can already have fun with this. If on Tinker and play, it's all playable to some extent. There's inaccuracies, there's bugs. Please report them. Yeah, that's generally what is to say about the bots, I think. There's still so much I want to do. But as you can see, it's a big project, and all the separate sub-games are their own individual projects. So this is a lot of workload on just one person, which is why it's been taking a couple of years to get to this point. But I hope it is visible that I am, putting in the effort. I am working. There's not always something visual to show. A lot of work is under the hood changes, which you can't really make a video about. Recently, I've been getting more into the visual fluff stuff. I had to work on the VGUI components quite a bit, and now I got the time to work on the menus for TFC and Counter-Strike and make them like feature comparable to the original. And yeah, so that's been taking some time. Sorry I haven't been able to make a video on everything, but some stuff is just way too functional stuff. You can't show it off in a video that easily anyway. Some of it was documentation related. There's the website up that I've been showing, developer.verivisions.com, that documents all of the classes and functions and stuff. For example, if you go into, let's see, prop physics. What's a prop physics? Oh, it's an nphysics entity. Okay, what does that do? How can I interact with it? And then you get all the APIs and stuff. Right. What's the surface prop entity? This entity represents an NS renderable entity with interactive surface properties. Yeah, and you can find more information down here. I always preferred reading commit contents anyway. Oh yeah, I try to be descriptive. I try to focus on just one thing at a time. Because this is so huge, it is a massive undertaking. I do mess up. and I will sometimes double commit and fix typos and things. I know other people have the workflow of sending themselves pull requests and stuff online. I'm not in that workflow. I work way too fast. That's just my work style. I try to be better. I try to learn. And when I usually learn something new that will help me streamline my development process, I definitely take it to heart. But yeah. And can't forget about the wastes, I guess. Which, as of the latest version, uses the same code as Nuclide for everything, which is a lot of fun. Again, the bots use the same system that you saw in HLDM and Counter-Strike, which just makes maintaining these games so much easier. Yeah, and this is my game that I released with some other people a few years ago. Still getting updates. Yeah, this is the development version, so it's a bit buggy. Things always regress over here. Yeah. There we are. And hopefully the source engine support isn't too far off. And yeah, I have been looking into Nightfire. Unfortunately, all of their formats are pretty custom. The model format is based off of a modified Half-Life model format, obviously. I don't know what the details of that are. But yeah, totally would love to support Nightfire. It's a game that someone I know worked on, who worked with us on the Wastes, the mod and the game. His name's Ted Anderson. He worked on Doom 3 Resurrection of Evil. He worked on 007 Nightfire, this PC version by Gearbox. And he made the game Tonight We Riot, which is really cool. I would love to give this game some attention. Hey, what's up? Okay. See you. Yeah. Ted's really cool. We seem to get along fine whenever we talk, rarely as that is. But yeah, he's doing producing for internet web content now. So if you have not heard of Means TV, that's something that he's working on. So yeah, Gearbox needs work a little bit, not too much, but like the CTF items are mostly implemented. Household Death is something that Gethan, aka Xyleman, is working on. That's a Halloween related mod for Half-Life. Maybe I should show that off to make sure it still works. It's obviously Poke 646. That isn't complete. But yeah, let's go to HD House. There you go. Teehee. Oh, crash. Not good. How did that happen? Got NAND origin on player 1. Oh man, that's some physics stuff going haywire. That's an odd experience. Oh, that looks cool. Yeah, the soda pop launcher. The render mode's a bit broken on these. But yeah, it's not even finished. There hasn't been a release for this yet. That's something that Gethan's working on, not me. And stop sound does not stop the music. Here we go. Then we have a port of Absolute Zero, We have Blue Shift that's, you know, working. The engine does have support now for Blue Shift maps. Obviously, this is not a multiplayer game. Yeah. But we do support Blue Shift levels. Now that's interesting. Ito. So yeah, single player needs a lot of work. Lot of work. Lot of work. So nowhere near to tackling Blue Shift, but the maps do load. Counter-Strike, playable. Deathmatch Classic, playable. Gangster Wars, nothing I started yet. There's no code for this. I love this mod. Really, really classic mod. I spent so many hours of my life playing that back in the day on LAN. Opposing Force, it's getting there. Household Death, not a release candidate yet. Half-Life 2, ha 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 ha. They Hunger, that's actually getting pretty far. They Hunger, everyone knows it for being a really cool single-player mod. Does have deathmatch stuff though. So, let me show that off. Because it does have custom weapons and things. Which, maybe better show that off in single player. Because then we have Impulse 101. So yeah, you have the health kit, you have the shovel, you have the wrench, pistol, which you can silence, and that view model stuff is not working for some reason, not sure why. Should switch it on the fly. Tech 9, other pistol. G3. Oh no. G36. Stupid. Rocket launcher goes, yeah. It's another mod that Xyleman is working on. Not me. But all the Hunger weapons are implemented. And yeah, those are things that he needs to fix. Because some best practices have changed. Yeah. And again, we can add bots. And have fun. Because he made waypoints for all of these. And them not having animations is another regression that I will fix for him. That is because in the Hunger's player QC file, which documents like all the different ammo types and things, I moved the animation code into the player class, and the mods have to implement it. This doesn't implement it, so we will have to implement it. So that's something that regressed in the Hunger. Making note of that. It's going to be recorded here anyway. Fog 646, again, not really done. Single player stuff is a long way out. Revolve, for the single player stuff, same thing. There isn't anything in terms of monster AI that's really all that revolutionary here. It's using the base Half-Life classes from what I can tell. Weapons need work. The menus and the customization all works. That's all networked. That's all implemented. The thing is just the visual fluff most of the time that's missing. So I need to work on Revolve quite a bit. Scientist Hunt needs the extra game modes. There's a couple different game modes that are supported in Scientist Hunt. You know, here's a preview of some of these. I need to implement those, or Gethan if he wants to do it, aka Xyleman. TFC, as you can see, still needs work in terms of the engineer and the game objectives. The game objectives are really complicated. Like, the entity work is insane. Everything is crammed into one entity in Team Fortress, right? So the this is info TF goal, and here is item TF goal. And this entity is giant. It handles everything from checkpoints to ammo bags to flags, you name it. It's nuts. So yeah, the flag entity in TFC is the same as like the backpack you pick up at the spawn. Literally the same entity. They're all differentiated by different fields. And implementing and researching that is a nightmare. There's luckily some documentation for it. I have documented in the source code. This is how big the document is. And it goes into like all the little nuances, like if activate goal number variable is non-zero, then the goal with the goal underscore no equal to the variable is activated. You know, I have to do all this just to make all the game modes work, because there is no, like, in Counter-Strike, you know, or other mods, you have like, oh, this is item flag 1 or item flag 2 for this team, and then there's this game mode entity, and TF doesn't do any of it. And I can tell you why. That's my suspicion anyway. I don't know why Team Fortress Software did things the way they did when they designed this for the original Quake, but I can give you, I think, a pretty good idea. In Quake 1's days, there was a mod called 3Wave that was developed by Zoid, who then went on to work for id Software and later Valve and Blizzard and stuff. A lot of people in the community know Zoid. He's really, really awesome. So let me see if I can actually load up 3Wave. Do I have it installed? I do not know if I have it installed. It could just be .-ctf. Maybe. Is it CTF? Oh yeah. Okay, so this is 3Wave CTF. Everyone knows it, everyone loves it, right? Let's choose an exit. And yeah, this is a funny story I've ever had. But basically, Zoid released the source code for 3Wave CTF and it spawned an insane amount of spin-offs. Like, absolutely crazy. And nobody seemed to have played them at some point, and so they all basically bundled themselves together into a mod called All-Star CTF, and that allowed you to switch between the different CTF progs that were all just forks of 3Wave. People were oversaturated with different mods that they needed to play in order to join, you know, servers. There was even a Star Wars CTF that was based off of 3Wave. Really crazy stuff. So Team Fortress Software had a bit of a complicated relationship with releasing the source code. People would make really low quality Quake C patches for Team Fortress on Quake, and they stopped releasing the source code at some point. My guess is they saw what people were doing with 3Wave CTF and trying to do all these different game modes and so on, and they tried to design the game in a way that people didn't have to mod it. That the entities were variable enough that you could reuse one entity for flags for also a King of the Hill checkpoint, or, you know, the control point game mode. So that's my perspective on it. I don't know this is how it went down, but having gone through the history and seen a lot of the stuff myself, that's the best guess I can make. Team Fortress's convoluted entity logic came about because people were modding the hell out of games like 3Wave, and they wanted to avoid fragmentation. I would love to hear someone else's perspective on this, but that's from what I've been able to decipher and recollect. I wasn't there for everything, so that's just sort of my very, very limited, narrow perspective on it. And that means TF is a lot of work. I'm glad that 2-port works as well as it does. Play to win has quit. So yeah, TFC needs work, but it's playable on 2-port if you don't care about engineer features. The Specialists is actually pretty far along in a lot of aspects. I need to see what I did to force spawning. Not a great move from Valve, in my opinion. What do you mean? something regarding TF, because those choices were made before Valve was even involved. A lot of these choices. It's all up to John Cook and Robin Walker, I think. Let me game player spawn. Do we have any impulses? Custom. Force spawn. Okay. Let's check out TS. Screen 0. Hit restart. We still blame them. Well, we like the concept of taking back a commitment of open source. Yeah. So what happened with Quake Team Fortress is they stopped releasing the source code with Quake Team Fortress 2.5. And then they privately gave out copies of the source code to various server owners that wanted to keep the servers alive. So, yeah, you can see we can buy some guns and things. Use new config, force, spawn, and now the game crashed. So there is some regression here, as you can see. It should generally not do that, but yeah, there actually are screenshots of this running free TFC. Why does it do this? I mean, really? I'll do fragment there. That's what it looks like when it did work. So yeah, pretty far along in terms of like a visual sense, but functionally there was some stuff missing. Dealing with slow-mo and all that stuff can be messy. We haven't figured out exactly what the game does. I think it's like area based, that slow motion only affects people in a certain PVS. I'm not sure. It's also not the project that I'm working on. That's something that the Cobalt 57 people are working on. They are using Nuclide for this. But I have no real direct involvement with TS other than making sure it still compiles. But I don't actively make sure that it works functionally because it's not my project. And I think that's it. Those are the games that I currently support with Nuclide. So, yeah. We have Counter-Strike, we have DMC, Gearbox, House of Death and Hunger, and Poke 646 are Gethans. Then we have Psyhunt, which I work on a bit, TFC, Valve, and stuff. Hello, it's Fix, aka Phil Switch here. How's it going? Now that you're here live, maybe you can ask me questions you wanted to know about this environment. Or anyone else who wants to know about this environment, because it's this cursed thing that I built for myself. Hey Johnny.
Hey.
Can you give me some coffee?
Yeah.
Please.
Is it already brewed?
I think there's still some left. Thank you. What is the file manager? The file manager is my fork of a program called GWorkspace. Wow. It has its own Wikipedia page. What are you doing? Come on. GWorkspace. I think it has its own Wikipedia page. No, GNU did. There. So this is a tool called GWorkspace, and it's done for the GNUstep environment. I took it upon myself to fork it. It has lots of quality of life features and improvements. Like I can just press, buttons and it'll search for me automatically. Things that was kind of buggy in the original GWorkspace. Folder icons are a little bit more interactive. Same thing with the recycler. I have actually the original Next Step recycler here with animation playing and all that stuff. So all those things I had to implement. There's lots of stuff I had to implement, from, the info panel that Next Step has, to references for sound, which actually do work. I can actually affect the way I speak with this. It all does work. I can change, you know, desktop and all that stuff. All this stuff works. It's all implemented. All implemented. This is a little widget I made myself too. It even has a little manual that I wrote. Welcome to Mic Toggle, dockable application. Yeah, it'll go over the features, how it works, the credits and the license. So I do try to make this a complete system. I do really try. I even have my own little video player, which I think I finished the help file for. I may not have. But it is a real application that does work, and I can tell it to, you know, open URLs, including YouTube videos. Let me... Maybe somebody in IRC can send me a YouTube video to view or something. I don't want to go into the front page. Ah, there's one. It was posted in chat. There we go. Just put it here. Thank you. Thank you so much. So to pester you with a question for a bit now, what is the main project right now, aside from the super secret project that is, I see you've been working on a 3DMC? Yeah, so the super secret project is not something I can talk about quite yet. It's really not ready. Yeah, I was working on DMC because DMC kind of reminded me that, oh yeah, there's a lot of stuff that we aren't ready for. And one of those examples that I've alluded to earlier, and I think yesterday too, is how bots don't know how to shoot buttons. Bots know how to use buttons, but they don't know to, oh yeah, there's a button that you can shoot. Go over, look there, and shoot it so you can go through this tunnel or this door or whatever. Bots don't know how to do that. Bots also don't know how to use teleporters because there is no cost incentive to use a teleporter. They think the distance is pretty damn long. So there needs to be a flag that the engine respects to basically be like, oh yeah, the travel path between this waypoint and this waypoint is free. So I was doing some waypointing earlier. Let's go back into DMC to showcase some of this stuff. Build and run. I was doing waypoints for DM6. Let me just go ahead and scale some of that up. Menu. Like, I didn't even bother adding a teleporter waypoint here. But if I added one, I would basically have to make sure, yeah, go through here, and that'll connect to like a waypoint here, and because this position is like all the way, you know, over there, they might think that going another path may be cheaper, maybe not. It really depends on how far the teleporter goes. If the thing teleported you across the map, it would always probably pick a different path. It wouldn't use the teleporters. So DMC has helped me at least realize that more work needs to be done on the pathfinding to ensure that we can do, you know, arena-style shooters easier. It's also reminded me of how bad I really want to have real portals in this. I would love to have Prey-styled portals in multiplayer games like this. And so that's something I'm going to be looking into at some point. As for the question what my main project is right now, it's still Nuclide. It's still the sub-games. We're also working on a patch for the Wastes, which is in the background. But we still have to do some organizational stuff there. We've just released some builds that we've been trying to track down for years now. We released the builds for the Source Engine version of the Wastes that was being worked on by the old team back then. And I'm really happy that we were able to provide those to people because no one's ever seen them before. And so check out the ModDB page for the Wastes and Waste Source mod, or just look at the Wastes community for the new section on Steam or ModDB because we document it there too. So that's something that I'm doing with VariVisions right now. Obviously Nuclide, obviously the Wastes, but also working on the little games here in my free time. I'm taking a little bit of time off to work on like the big guns and the big projects because I, you know, just got my residence card the other week. I think Spike made a Prey-like Portal mod for FTE. Oh yes, it's been a while since I played it. I remember it being a bit rough but working. Yeah, I think I have it installed. I have to look into it. Let's go library games Quake Portal. Is it here? It may be under Quake World. Portal. There we go. Yeah, let's run that game. Portal, whatever. Portal. List. What's the map called that he made for this, if anything? Huh. Oh, that's a prox. I swear that was a map. Oh yeah, port test. But why is it not loading the mod? That's weird. Oh no, there we go. Port test. Next players, what's that? Does it need deathmatch? I don't know. Could be something that regressed. Definitely something regressed with the menu always showing. Let me try to get rid of that. Alright. So, question now is using the portal gun. How is it even done? I have no idea. I will just have to look at the source code. Let's see. Let's look at the impulses. Impulse command. If self-impulse above 100 and let's see. Okay. First of all, impulse 9. I don't think so. I don't have a portal gun in my inventory, unfortunately. Is that it? Is it because it was set to QW progs? Yeah, probably. And now the whole thing is just crashing. Runaway loop error. Probably because of no spawn point. There we go. Ah, there we go. Yes. That is odd. Why it's switching skins, I do not know. But yeah. Yeah. It's a bit rough in parts, but still really cool. Yeah. Clearly. So yeah, that's Spike's portal mod. And I would love to put something like that into Nuclide, obviously, as like a general purpose thing. Like, yeah, open a portal here, and then you can decorate it, and you know, all that stuff. Obviously, Prey had the best implementation of portals. And in case none of you were around to see that, oh yeah, I love this map. But yeah, I just have my Prey on speed dial. It can't be any other way. Have to have this game. I mean, how cool is that? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. The portals are great in this. Best portals in any game that I've seen. Did the Arcane version of Prey have any portals? I never played that one. I have it on Steam, but I haven't played it yet. Since I spend most of my time working. So if anyone played that and can maybe gives me a compelling reason to check it out, I will sometime very shortly. But yeah, we have a lot of Quake mods installed. This is just my working directory here. I have way many more in my old folder. The new Prey seems to be focused on shapeshifting and moved away from portals. Ah. Okay, well, maybe they would do something interesting with the shapeshifting aspect. From what I've been told, it wasn't originally supposed to be a Prey game, but it was later changed to be as such, so, you know, I always gotta be skeptical about what's actually in those games. When something like that happens. Base PBR, that works fine, so... yeah. There's also lots of other little user space apps I wrote, like Web Helper here. Web Helper is extremely simple. Manual also doesn't want to show up for some reason, but it does have one. That just basically makes web browsers integrate better with GNU-Step. So if I like click a link here, it'll actually open it in the web browser that's set in here. I'm not using any X-desktop stuff. I know they mentioned that they didn't want to name it Prey, but the publisher thought it would sell better. Huh, that sucks. If you have to do that. You know. But it's the business, it's the industry. It's not, you know, it's not all creative all the time, all the way, you know. That's the problem with this stuff at times. You know, people, you gotta deal with it when you're in the industry, unfortunately. The thing that's most worrying right now is the consolidation of all these old IPs and stuff into, you know, the big, you know, corporations and stuff. Oh yeah, can you show me the patch def WS editor and WorldSpawn? I could never get WorldSpawn to run. Oh yeah, sure. Could totally do that. Let me just run it in here. Okay, so let's load up a basic Nuclide game. And oops, adjust it so we can see. Yeah, so this is WorldSpawn. Hasn't been updated in a while. Let's open, actually I need to go in here, project settings. Let's load the wastes. And let's load Junkyard. Yeah. So Junkyard is one of those levels that's built almost entirely out of patches. Yeah. So if we have a patch here, we can then use the patch inspector. Set textures, shift textures and things, and we can also manipulate. This is where it gets really messy. I'll need to show patch balls. Right. So with patch balls, you can kind of see what you're selecting. Yeah, that's selecting that end piece down here, and if I scroll through them, you can see how they change. That's really messy, but that'll have to do. And then we set the RGBA values manually here. Yeah. It's not even accurate a lot of the time because of the way that patches are exposed in Radiant. I would love to be able to just click in the viewer and then it will highlight that segment, and then I can set the RGBA value. It'd be nice to also have a preview of sorts as to what kind of values are set. Obviously, if the Radiant fork supports GLSL, we could make a shader that will actually interpret the data, the RGBA data. But yeah, that's what it looks like. It's the standard Net Radiant patch properties window. And here you can see set the tessellation to auto or fixed. Auto is the thing that Quake 3 uses. Fixed is something that we did. Same with explicit. Yeah. This is where you would set the RGBA. Yeah. The rest, the S, T, X, Y, Z, all this stuff was already in Net Radiant. None of this is exclusive to WorldSpawn. The only thing is tessellation and RGBA. That's all we did. Yeah. And so when we run the wastes, go into Junkyard, you can see how we use... Oh damn, that broke. You can see how we use the patch blending to do that stuff everywhere. Yeah, and if you're wondering, okay, Marco or Yukara, what about doing it manually? You know, we have an archive of maps from the wastes, what they look like in version 1.2 and stuff. And I can show you what of a nightmare it is. So, back then we had to manually specify all the points and set their value that way. So you would have this helper brush that would go and manually set the alpha values. Just alpha, not RGBA. Not 4 channels, but only 1. This is just for 1 channel. Just setting the goddamn endpoints. You would basically do acupuncture on your geometry, and you also didn't have a great preview of what you were doing, and you could only do it on 1 color channel. That's obviously nuts. If you want to do 4-way blending, there's no way to really do that here with a system like that. That is just silly. So that's why we did the whole patch selection route, that you can just go in and tell the segments what color values they are, and that way you can do 4-way blending just fine. Yeah. And on maps like Valley, which used to be really, 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 really big, I mean, this is pretty big still, but you would have a giant map, and everything was built out of these, I don't even know how I can effectively show all this. This is just so big. Let me try to find my way around, if I even can. But yeah, you would effectively build the terrain out of brushes like this, right? And then you would have an external file, a PCX file, paint on top of it, and then the compiler would set the right terrain texture to be the ones that is blending around. It was an absolute nightmare. That was the old way of doing it, before we had custom tooling. And there's different ways of doing terrain, but this is like the main support of the way that all the compilers and stuff did. In Valley, these days, we do everything with patches. And I can disable the culling. Let me disable that. And it's like, we still like a preview, but at least it's workable to an extent, right? So we can see the whole map in here and work with it in a way that's much better than this giant surface that has just some development texture. Like, nobody wants to work with this, let alone try to acupuncture the terrain so to give it right alpha values. I mean, that's just silly. You know, we don't do that. So yeah, while some people, maybe people that don't make actual levels, may go and say, oh, there's ways of doing terrain in Quake 3 Map 2 already. Well, try to make maps like these for like, you know, 2.5 years, and then you will rip out your hair because of how awful it is to make terrain. And we're not the only ones. The Infinity Ward people, I know somebody who worked at Infinity Ward, and they were like, oh yeah, the terrain stuff still sucked with Modern Warfare 2. They never spent much time on doing terrain much better. They hated doing terrain on the production of those games. I don't know how much their tooling has changed since then, but hopefully that's improved for the developers. But yeah, that's something that Radiant could never do well, and where we spent a lot of time on trying to make it more usable, using patches for terrain and all that stuff. So we can also go in and change the tessellation later, after the fact, and are not forced to redo all of the terrain, because again, the terrain in maps like Valley and the Waste we did with external tools that were recommended by the community and the level authors and Radiant and stuff. And when you go and have to make adjustments to it, you basically have to re-export all the terrain. Do Waste maps load properly now on RC? That's because test punishment seems to not differentiate for textures used in the patches. Yeah, that stuff, I have not spent much more time on it. I can show you what it looks like on my end. Test patch, blah, 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 blah. Test patch blend. Might have to switch games. Yeah, the wastes. Okay. Welcome back. Yeah, no textures load right now. I wonder why. I have no idea why none of the textures even load. Load some of them. So, like, it loads and saves the data fine. I verified that at least. But yeah, no, we still need to do more work. Okay. Also surprising, IW doesn't have proper terrain tools by now. I have every other texture. Well, I don't know what IW has now, but when they worked on Modern Warfare 2 from 2009, they still didn't have any. Same with Black Ops, still didn't have any proper terrain tools. What version of Window Maker do you use? I use a... Hang on 1 second. I use a slightly custom version of Window Maker. It is based off of the work somebody did in the GNU-Step community. That's called GS Window Maker. Yeah. Which I haven't even... UI improvements. I haven't even seen that. But that is cool. Thank you very much. So I'm using that fork. It links directly against GNU-Step and integrates much nicer with GNU-Step, so I am using a version of that. However, there are some instabilities on my system. I don't use Clang, I use GCC, and so I had to make a lot of changes so that it would compile and also would run more stable on my compiler setup. So it's not strictly stock GSW Maker. But yeah, that's the version of Window Maker that I use. GNU-Step is upstream. There's nothing special about that version of GNU-Step that I am running. There also is nothing special about my version of Edit. There is... I think everything else is custom, to some extent. My Preferences app is based off of the one in the Backbone desktop environment. By fellow QuakeForge programmer Deke. It's a small world. So that Preferences app is partially based off of his. It's things I did in this. It's things he did in this. The mail up is based off of GNU Mail. I showed that yesterday. It actually pulls from my address book that I have over here. And yeah, I've got other things like, you know, backspace and stuff that run and work. I've got, you know, chess that works. Chronology is my calendar application. I'm not gonna open that because it's personal info in here. Yeah, interface builder, project builder, opener for zip files, talk2 for IRC, which is also custom to an extent because you have these little icons when you minimize things. And I also have made it highlight URLs and stuff, which the original IRC client does not do. Oh yeah, there you go. That's the help file for Web Helper. I try to give every player, every application, including next time here, like a help document. Yeah. One day, hopefully, I can release this. Hopefully. Here's my process monitor, which really needs to be integrated into Workspace. So just like the Workspace and Next Step, it has a process overview for the graphical applications. Definitely needs to do all that. But yeah, most of Next Steps here is custom, pretty much everything else, even the terminal. A lot of custom stuff. So yeah. The reason I like GnuStep a lot is because of services. That's really ties a lot of my stuff together. For example, in my terminal app, I can just define lots and lots and lots and lots of services. Like in macOS or Next Step, you know, QC to C++ style, indentation, things for my shopping list that I do every once in a while. And so, for example, if I go into an older part of the code base, let me go into CStrike, right? And I have zone. Yeah. Okay, so this is the old way of formatting methods and like a constructor. In the Quake C style, you do void, and then you do the parameters, and then you have the name of the method or whatever. And I wrote a service that just, you know, does this. Oops. Should probably do that. There you go. And so there's a lot of things where just like, oh yeah, I just want to go in any application, including the terminal, and just, you know, service. Yeah, define in Webster. Yeah, private. What does private mean in Webster? So I get that, and ooh, private. There you go. Yeah, YZone. Whatever. Distribute. What does distribute mean? Let's define that in Webster. Distribute means this. You know, so services, great thing. Not many desktop environments have them. My environment does, so that's pretty cool. There's lots and lots of services that are context aware too. There's improvements I've made to the workspace inspector. So if I go into, again, I gotta be careful what sort of files I open, but let's keep this game specific, I guess. But yeah, there's obviously previews for, you know, file types, plain text. You know, it's pretty good to be able to just go through and be like, yeah, let's go through the images here. Ah, okay. Got a little preview about images. Got a preview for sound effects. You know, go in here. And yeah, go play some sounds. Yeah, C++ style function signatures in QC are lifesaver for me who jumps between C and QC a lot. Yeah. Yeah, no, the classes didn't even support that until very recently. Only because I wanted Doxygen to parse our code base properly. You know, it was either gonna be make a plugin for Doxygen or make FTEQCC respect the standard. That's totally sane and respectable. And so I think we did the right thing of supporting both styles at the same time. I like GnuStep, but didn't know about services. Makes me like it more. Oh yeah, no, the whole GnuStep environment and being able to, you know, create bundles and stuff, so much fun. I love that all the preferences for every application are just in one location. That makes backing up things really, really easy. I also have like integrated other applications in my environment, like Wine, for example. So Wine now works within the library Wine folder instead of .wine. This makes it like so much easier to see also what kind of garbage you have on your system. If you like uninstall an application and you want to, you know, get rid of all the files. On Linux, it's a nightmare. An application might be under just home in its own folder. It might be under .config. They might put stuff into .local share. They might put stuff into .temp. They might put stuff into just /temp. You know, it's crazy. The XDesktop and FreeDesktop try to standardize this, but alas, we're still here fighting with .mozilla in home. Why? I don't know. I really don't know. There's so much stuff where I just, you know, this is why I'm like so obsessive about this stuff. I just make my own environment. I get it. It's not for everyone, and I don't recommend anyone do this. Absolutely not. But it's just one of those things where everyone rolls their eyes because everyone in the community or even in the corporate field, let's not get into that. That's a whole different discussion. What corporate decides to do with Linux is kind of crazy anyway. But yeah, no, I just want to make something easy to use and simple. You know, if I go, you know, close my editor, I close all the, I might not want to close all the terminals. That might kill OBS, because OBS is running on this one. But you know, most of the time it's just me with my file viewer, going through stuff, going through files. And this is the sort of view that I prefer for working in the Nuclide environment, because I can just jump between games. I can go into, oh yeah, I need to go into the wastes, client, or server, then go back into the entity code base. Like, being able to navigate the source tree between multiple games like this, there's not a single file viewer in the world that allows me to do it as easy as this. There just isn't anything. If you find anything, let me know. But there's nothing in the world that has matched my workflow as best as this thing. And I use different views for different purposes. That's fine. Gotta have that choice, gotta have that option. And that's why I like this environment. I can customize with icons. That's important to me because I have really bad eyesight, which is also why all the fonts are sharp. It makes it really easy to read for me. My vision is terrible. Absolutely terrible. So having large fonts and large icons helps me. It's not just some sort of style thing. It's not just some sort of aesthetic thing. When I got to use NextStep for the first time in a virtual machine, it made me want to sit down and fix up GNU-Step. Because it's like, wow, this is incredible. It's really nice to use, and there's nothing like it. And it's a shame. It's a real shame. GNU-Step was actually at one point the endorsed desktop environment by the Free Software Foundation for, you know, Linux and Herd, I guess. But because of political issues within, by one of the former GNU-Step contributors, who then went on to start GNOME with a GIMP toolkit, all that fell apart. And also there was the whole worry about APIs and patents after the next acquisition, which obviously now with the Google versus Oracle thing over, we're in the golden with that, so that you can't protect APIs. But still, I think GNU-Step would have been the right way to go in the 2000s. And GNOME was kind of a mistake in that sense. It would have been much more important to have parity with macOS and to make sure that applications can be deployed on both Linux and macOS rather than just doing its own thing and then having to deal with porting GNOME applications to both macOS and Windows. Remember, compiling GTK applications on Windows is still a pain to this day. That's why we don't publish binaries for, you know, the Radiance that often. And it's also probably why NetRadiant Custom switched to Qt, because the, you know, GTK portability is just kind of whack, right? So, yeah. I mean, that's from my perspective anyway. I could be wrong on this, but that's just from my point of view of having used these environments for so long. Yeah, that's kind of like where we're at right now. So, any other questions about the environment? Anything I forgot? There's a lot of stuff. To watch what I missed when the VOD goes up. Oh yeah. Yeah, no, we didn't really talk much about the environment until you came along, I don't think. So if you have any... Switch the game, but how do I do that now? I must have messed up somewhere. Select the, there you go. Getting really confused jumping between the different editors. Come on, quit. There we go. Unknown class. Oh, is it? Damn. Hello, Paolo. What's going on? I'm just vibing right now. I was doing some work on waypoints earlier. I see we're missing some textures still. But yeah, these are actually the development WADs from the Quake developer CD. Which is always fun. I heard you talking about GNU-Step. Oh yeah. Yeah, I love GNU-Step. I love GNU-Step. What's up? If you have any questions regarding GNU-Step, whatever I can say, I'm just a small guy, just a small developer that targets GNU-Step because I just love it so much. I don't wanna do world spawn right now, actually. I'm always wondering if building WindowMaker on Wings instead of GNU-Step was not the best decision. Yeah, that's come up recently between me and someone else. I think the insistence of being compatible with other environments is noble, but overall GNU-Step needs a reference environment. And it needs to be able to play with non-GNU-Step applications well too. Things need to integrate. Yeah, Wings is the library that was developed specifically for WindowMaker to enable like a next step look and feel. That's also what like the menus use. Like if you see this is not a GNU-Step menu here. This is a Wings menu technically. Like it looks and integrates into my environment, but you know, that's because of, you know, work that goes into that. It's not like that out of the box necessarily. Might not integrate with your GNU-Step setup, depending on how you configure that. But yeah. So this is my editor that's based on Gamas or Gamash, I'm not sure how it was pronounced, but I made lots of changes to it. Lots and lots of changes. Don't even know where to start. But yeah, Wings is written in C. GNU-Step is obviously Objective-C. I think Wings is cool for, you know, WindowMaker and their idea of it not being exclusive to GNU-Step. But it is kind of sad that besides A2LA, there was not a real GNU-Step desktop environment that was usable until very recently, with the projects like NextSpace and stuff. And A2LA, I do get it, and I get the idea that we should support both conventions, the macOS style and the Next style, but the game you're working on is Objective-C too, right? No, it's not. It's all written in Quake C for the most part, which does have some inspiration taken from Objective-C, yeah. You know, like we talk about class names and we talk about self a lot of the time, in terms of keywords that we use. But yeah, it's actually its own language, and there's some inspiration from C++ sprinkled in here, but I do try to, yeah. You know, QuakeC was a programming language and environment developed for Quake by John Carmack and Romero, I think. I'm sure they both, Michael Abrish may have been involved too, I'm not sure, but id Software did it for Quake. It doesn't look like Workspace. What file manager is that? Oh, that is my own version of GWorkspace. It is trying specifically to be more accurate to Next Step. Obviously, it uses Next branding and copyright information, but that's because this is just for me. I want to get things pixel perfect, which I have achieved for some applications, but not all. It is a long way to go. Yeah. Yeah, this is still technically GWorkspace, but it's very heavily modified. You have fun things like, you know, folder animations. It actually does detect disks properly. It deals with symbolic links pointing to disks properly. It even deals with NFS mounts nicely. There's lots of bug fixes I did to it too. For example, if you tried using the search, like the typing search, like I will now type V. Now it highlights VGUI. Like GWorkspace just crashes when you do that. I actually put it on my GitHub, a couple of patches in my branch of GWorkspace that if you want to check those out, you can. I try to share all the improvements that I do to the tools, but the next branding I obviously don't want to share because it's not correct. It's not something that is right. It's just my personal goal to recreate the Next Step environment as close as I can. And then one day I'll do a pass on stripping out all the problematic stuff. And then people can use it or not. I don't know. I didn't actually think that people like this stuff until recently. It's just like my personal thing. I'm pretty obsessed about Next Step stuff because I like the environment a lot. But usually people just kind of scratch their head and they're like, what is this guy doing? That's fine. I just do what I like to do. And if you like this stuff, that's cool. If you don't like it, that's cool too. But yeah. I do understand that this is maintenance, and I don't want to just push something out and then people will, you know, be very disappointed because it's not macOS or it's not just like the real Next Step. And so I haven't released anything yet because of that. No switch. The fun thing for me is icons. I'm currently on KDE and Dolphin has to follow the theme, so there are no icons. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I love KDE though. I'm very proud of KDE. I actually put something on my archive.org recently because they had a nostalgia section in their screenshots page. And there were all these really fun old school screenshots of KDE on there. I can't show these on stream because this video will get taken down as there's nudity in some of them. So watch out. But I do love KDE. The first version of KDE I used was KDE 2, very, very briefly. But then I used KDE 3 as a daily driver for a while when I was using the early versions of OpenSUSE that came out in like 05, 06. So I have very fond memories of KDE. And I really like what they've done with KDE 5. It's addressed a lot of the issues and complaints I've had with KDE 4, and it's a great environment. However, it is still very Windows, very Windows-centric, and I need something simpler. I need something more streamlined. I don't need a start button. Give me a dock. Give me a workspace that I can work within. As I said earlier, this is like for my development workflow in Nuclide, and this is just my general purpose file viewer. And sometimes I have more windows. Sometimes it's like, oh yeah, I wanna, you know, go onto the NFS drives, and then I open that as its own folder, and you can see, oh, I have my own bookmarks here for NFS things. I want to watch an episode of X-Files. I go here, Futurama, here's my Slackware packages. Right? And then I minimize that, and I just keep it open. And when I quit Workspace and open it up again, all these windows come back that I've had open last time. It's really nice. And there's, again, I don't know any other environment that does this except maybe macOS. I don't know, but sometimes you just gotta build it yourself. If that's how you want to use a computer, you just gotta put in the work. And if this inspires you all to go and pursue that and make your other environments, whatever it is that you're using, work more like how you want it to work, that's beautiful. I think Next Step's big strength was enabling people to go in to a program, make adjustments to an already existing tool, and just run with it. And iteration on Next Step was really, really fast because of its what you see is what you get, object-oriented approach to everything. Oh yeah. Yeah, no, I remember on KDE, I used to use Lattidoc, but the panel became so featureful that that's basically rendered that obsolete with KDE. Unless you want some special visual fluff, like the magnification, you know, that macOS 10 has. Oh yeah, can probably show this off because that's cursed. Yeah, this is the VM that I use for research. This is Previous, which is you know, designed to emulate Next stations and stuff. And I boot into this every once in a while to check how accurate everything is. I've used to use this sort of system for a while just for research purposes. It was such a joy to use. Really, really enjoyed it. So, yeah. I even have it hooked up via NFS. So, if you go into my public folder, you can see me just transferring over Next Step files. Yeah. Yeah. And you've got the whole file system here. People, oh, nothing in here. Local apps, nothing in here. Next library, colors. Oh yeah, all the CLR files here. Shaders, USR, file system, CD-ROM-FS. Oh, there you go. Got some icons here that I can directly rip from the operating system. Dictionary entries, I guess. Words. Ooh, it's just words in here. Let's not look at those. They might get me, yeah. This is where I have all the different icons that I rip out of the operating system. So yeah, now we're in real Next Step VM. This is, I think, OpenStep 4.2 actually. But yeah, if you want to take a screenshot, the Next Step, it's actually really fun. You go in, say A, grab my whole screen, and then when you're ready, you double click the icon for the workspace. And it takes a little screenshot. And then you can save that on your disk. Yeah, and now we can actually look at it inside preview. Yeah, it's really, really cute. It's really, really, really cute. There's so much love put into the system. And if you go into applications, the info panel, usually there's Easter eggs hidden within them. Yeah. Let me go and look at some demos. Yeah, it's still loading. But yeah, here we go. We have chess. Yeah. Although my computer is starting to struggle with all the things going on. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, that VM is struggling. I'll try to shut it off. Because I'm streaming, I've got like FTE open, I've got... This is all on a little computer with integrated graphics. And I'm streaming. So yeah, a lot of things going on. But yeah, no, I'm really hardcore about being accurate to things. I think that's like my main hobby at this point, is just like recreating things to like a really crazy detail and making them a bit better. Replicating the setup on Steam Deck when? Oh man. Damn. Yeah. I have no idea if I'll ever mess with a Steam Deck in that sense. I kind of like it pure. That's how the Steam Deck is meant to be used, you know, with KDE 5 and stuff. It's not meant to be tinkered with that much, I don't think. I have yet to, like, enable root access on my Steam Deck and install packages. I've only used Discover so far. But yeah. But yeah, I don't do any... I mean, I do game development of new games. I also work on the old clean room implementations. What do I enjoy the most? I have no idea. I guess depends on whatever I'm in the mood for. Changes all the time. It is nice being able to jump between the games though. For the Valve folder, can I use the one from Steam Half-Life? You can, in theory. You will not have the menu though, the nice one menu. It'll look a bit more bare bones. Here. I can show off what it will look like, I guess, by copying the menu file into base. Yeah. That's more or less what it's gonna look like. Yeah. So you'll still have all the menus and things. Things will work, but it's not gonna look as nice. That's simply because the Steam version doesn't have the assets. In terms of Counter-Strike, I would advise against that. There's content changes in 1.6 that makes it pretty much incompatible with 1.5, as far as I'm concerned. I haven't tested it thoroughly, because I am not targeting 1.6 and Condition 0 yet. I'm lumping them two together because they are technically the same code base. So, for Counter-Strike, simply run the install from archive.org script, which also has the direct archive.org URL. So if you don't have a Unix system, you can just go in here. I mean, you can either download them, or I think in the case of this upload, I think, oh yeah, there's a URL like that right here. You can, in theory, just get the, yeah, where did it go? Oh yeah, here you go. Yeah, this zip file. You can technically just download this, put it in here, call it pack0 pk3, and you've got all the Counter-Strike 1.5 content. Counter-Strike 1.5 was still a free to download mod, so sharing that stuff is fine. However, I'm not going to be sharing anything that Valve kindly asks you to pay money for obvious reasons. So people still have to, obviously, get Half-Life through whatever means they can afford. And I've been getting questions again on the GitHub issue. tracker for free CS about content replacement. I think it's very clear that this is a very ambitious project, and I have currently no plans of making that myself. I'm just a programmer, mainly. I can do modeling and I can do level design, but let's be honest, one person doing all the programming and doing all the content is, I think, way too much work. I've worked on a commercial game before. I can't imagine doing it all on my own. So if somebody wants to help me organize that effort, we can all talk about that. To have a free content replacement for all these games, but that is gonna take a long time. It's gonna take longer than even the code, I think. I'm not sure. How long has Freedom been in development until they were like feature complete? I don't know. But you know, Libra Quake is getting there, which is very cool. Also, I need to check the random out. Some triggers. This is a fun nostalgic map. Oh really? The Freedom devs still don't consider it complete? Man, that's crazy. They have their reasons for it. Oh yeah, loved Rats maps. Let me see, can I find the bomb area? Even? Or am I too stupid for that? Yeah, we can plant a bomb here. On the CPU 486. I'm not familiar with the DX2. Did that have a floating point unit? Must have, right? Need that. You need that to play Quake anyway. I did not have a 486 DX2. Yeah. I mean, there's people that consider like Half-Life Deathmatch to also be playable or FreeCS3 playable, but I know like the technical details. Like, oh yeah, the rollback netcode on the engine side of things needs a lot of work. There is sprite patterns that are not accurate, and we don't know yet the best approach on trying to replicate them. There's bullet penetration is probably pretty accurate enough to where people are fooled into thinking it's more or less the right thing. But yeah. Let's see what's going on IRC. So figure out how to, yeah, in terms of the menu graphics, yeah, we can do such a thing in FT QuakeBot, by the way. We can actually load data into a buffer and upload the buffer as an image into video memory. We can actually do that. And yeah, what Gethin says is correct here. And yeah, if you ever want to talk, IRC, fragnet.com, lobby, that's where I hang out. And all that stuff. Closing for us. Yeah. That's fine. As long as nothing broke. That's good. Oh yeah, the ship. This is... Oh man, what happened to the menu? Damn, it really crippled that. FT's built debugger doesn't seem to be able to grab the source for Nuclide, only get the QC ASM. Huh. Is there an procs LNO file? It should be generated with all the procs. Generally. As long as you have an LNO file accompanying your .dat files, you should have debug information. Huh. That is weird. Because, let me just create a crash. Let me just go into entry QC and do, I think it was error. Yeah. Source client entry QC 147 render restack. No stack. Yeah. Sort of error, you can also use breakpoint if you don't want to kill the whole game, but instead just want to get a stack trace. There you go. Obviously, there's nothing really nested going on here. So, yeah. It's not going to give you a trace or anything. This doesn't work for me either, though. Clicking the file, because it's not within the virtual file system, as it's not included inside of the game directory in itself. So the editor is kind of useless for us, which sucks. But oh, why don't the models show up? That's odd. Now that is odd. Oh, I know why, I think. I know why. Something I did today. I am an idiot. Because I'm drawing the widgets before I draw anything else. Let me see if I can just move it down here. Yeah, there we go. GIF is in general. Oh, I haven't even committed this. UFM fix the player frames show. That's that. Yeah, check out this awesome custom map that my friend Supersonic made like 12 years ago or so. It uses ENV sprites to get you some sort of volumetric fog looking effect. There is a power-up up there, but I can't get it, and now I'm stuck. Because of course I am. Yeah, there's a power-up in there, which you need to rocket jump into. And here is a great example as to why Quake 3 has the light grid, because otherwise it'll sample the light map from like the bottom or whatever. As this is not world geometry, this is an entity, I think. This is a func wall or something. Otherwise it would tessellate the hell out of that connection here. And so it's sampling the light map from like below or something, which results in everything going pitch black. And so Quake 3 introduced the light grid, which is like this invisible voxel like data structure that contains the light map, light samples throughout the visible geometry. The editor will show you the value of an entity field on mouse over. Ah, okay. Yeah. I can't use it because of the way the Nuclide is set up. That's why I haven't really used the built-in editor at all. And obviously I eat my own dog food over here with Blueprint. But yeah, because of the way that stuff works for us, can't really use it. Unfortunately. It would actually be really nice, because if FTE could read outside of the game directory, I would be able to compile Nuclide's code within the engine. Alright, DMC is cool. It's just really, really, really rough. It's really, really, really rough. Let me go into one. Yeah, this is how broken the one menu is in. Oh, by the way, this is not lava. This is just normal water. Why did they give it a lava texture? I don't know. It's not lava in the Quake version at all. I don't know why they changed it to lava. But like, yeah, when you pick up an item in DMC, the only indicator you have is the glow shell effect. In free DMC, you actually have a HUD icon. That is in the game files, they just don't ever use it. And you've got cool things like the missing textures and stuff. And also, there's like a clip brush up here, which makes it so that you can't like jump. For some reason. I think it's because there's a trigger push and they want to like guide you. I don't know. It's the same in the Quake original. There's some jank they never fixed. But you can see it has like the classic Quake trails and all that stuff, which I don't implement yet. Not because it's hard, it's just because I actually kind of like the way that the white trail looks in DMC. What is even the story behind DMC? Oh, I like Half-Life, but also Quake. Wouldn't it be nice if I had Quake instead of Half-Life? Well, the official story goes like this. Valve's internet support team, which was a real thing at one point in time, they had a dedicated mod support team. They would support websites like Wavelength or whatever, Valve ERC, I mean it's called, right? They would support ERC. They would help people get started with mods and documentation. They would be active on the mailing lists and engage with the community efforts. They went and developed this. So this is not the same people that worked on Half-Life 2 and TF2. This is a completely different team within Valve that did this. And mainly Valve did it because they actually went back to Quake World and thought that was really fun. And it's still one of the best multiplayer games of its time, back in 2000, 2001 or whatever. And they had a license for Quake and to be able to use some of the stuff, so they asked John Carmack if they could do this and they gave them the go-ahead to release this. But originally, this was just an internal thing that they toyed around with. Yeah. And they released the source code for this about a month or so after DMC released, in the hopes that people might migrate their mods over from Quake to Half-Life. And to also show that, oh, those are the differences. This is what a Half-Life codebase looks like versus the Quake one. So it was generally an effort to support the modding community, to allow people to, play Quake Deathmatch with a nicer, polished look and feel inside of an improved engine with, better mod support and all that stuff. From that point of view, totally get what they were going for. Wish it had been more transformative. There actually was a version of 3-Wave CTF that was done by Valve for this, but was not finished and released. There is a leak out there somewhere. I have not looked at it. I have no idea what it's like, but that sounds compelling. And if all the assets we need were included with DMC, I would totally support it out of the box. But we don't, so I don't. But that's the story behind Deathmatch Classic. Something that Valve did, not for profit, mind you. This was supposed to be a free thing for owners of Half-Life. They allowed them to do it for that purpose. I don't know if they renegotiated that deal to allow for commercial distribution. I'm not sure about that, but I don't think that is the case. I don't think that Valve asked it if they can sell this on Steam. I really don't know. The reason why I'm doubtful that they asked it has simply to do with the fact that they did not ask other people's permission for some things that they include with some of the games that they do. For example, Counter-Strike on Steam, CS 1.6 as some people may call it, that game ships with very questionable content that they definitely did not get permission to use. CSS Tate is filled with textures that they do not have the licenses for. There's Camel cigarette advertisements in that map. There's magazines littered throughout. There's a Wayne Gretzky poster in that map. There's a reason why CSS Tate was excluded from the commercial release of Counter-Strike, the physical one that Sierra was still involved with. For some reason, the Steam version includes all the mod content, even the stuff that they don't have permission to use and never did. Let's see. Story sounds nice, and now I miss the mod-friendly Valve again. Aside from Gary Newman, they seem disinterested. They supposedly want to open source to people to use, but it fizzled out. Yeah. Always needs to be some sort of push towards getting people involved. The thing is, the community stuck around for the large part, for the most part, with the older games. I remember there was a time where, Source was obviously the hot new thing and everyone was jumping onto it and lots of people ported their mods to it and they died. And there was a time period in the late 2000s where there actually were more Half-Life 1 mods in development, I think, than Half-Life 2 mods, simply because the barrier of entry was really, really high. It's also why we saw very few It-Tech 4 related mods. I think it's just that the interest didn't grow in modding as time went on. I think it just kind of stuck with things that a single person could do. A single person can make a Half-Life mod, but a single person can't build a Source engine project. Unless you're Gary Newman and you make a sandbox mod that just reuses content from everything, Similar to like what we're doing here, where Valve has created all this content and we're trying to replicate the game experience. So, that's where we're at. I think it's just making games has gotten really, really hard. And you need real dedicated teams that are well-versed in this stuff to be able to use them properly. I mean, people still contact us to this day and ask for how to get started with Quake modding. And, you need a Quake C compiler, you need a Quake engine, and you need a copy of progs106.zip. And a list of URLs with tutorials. That's all you technically need, but it's still too hard for anyone to get started, let alone to have someone know what the workflow is like for the Source engine or Source 2 even. So I think it's really complicated, and that's why not many people have been hired out of the community since, because there just isn't that sort of engagement going on. There isn't that sort of two-way channel of communication between like, oh yeah, there's this person or this team of people that is making this really cool stuff. I mean, Black Mesa is like such a great example. The standalone game on Source, like that was in development for a long time, right? And it took a while to build a game on the level of Half-Life with a team that can only work so many hours every week on a game like that to produce something that's, you know, approaching AAA quality, not of the current era, but of like the 2000s, right? So it's just an insane amount of work that goes into building games. And trying to make it moddable is already a big undertaking. So it's just really hard. That's probably why the interest just got lost. And I think what they should have done, again, I mentioned this earlier in the stream, Half-Life Source should have been a shim. It should have been a wrapper. It should have loaded the Gold Source game logic modules as is. You can still obviously have a, you know, the real implementation of client and server DLL in your game, but it then just loads a submodule, which will then run the Gold Source code. The only problem with that is the protocol. The protocol is sometimes called manually. You have some write byte calls inside of the game logic that tries to create network events, and Source may not understand them anymore. You can try to catch them though, and try to work around them. You can totally have a callback inside of the client module that's native to the Source engine, and then try to interpret the protocol commands, for example. You could do such a thing. Valve did not build such a thing, and neither did the community. So I think that's something that the community can do in order to help Gold Source mods prosper on an engine like Source. And that hopefully somebody implements file format support for Gold Source formats into the Source engine. And then we can try to migrate, you know, everything onto one engine base. That's something that I've been wishing ever since Half-Life Source was brought to my attention, but you know, here we are. There just aren't the people around building these things, and that you know, that kind of blows, but you know, it's just we need a different approach to how we have people interact with engines and technology and modding. You know, why do people use something like Unreal and Unity over Quake? Because Quake is a lot more manual. What can we do to improve that? Documentation, obviously, but also we need to improve the tool chains. I've been advocating for this for a while now. I don't think we need to, like, if we're using modified engines of Quake, right, like Iron Whale and stuff, they are all written to support modern quote-unquote formats, right, like BSP2 and stuff. But they already require engine enhancements to load these formats. Why aren't we finding a common ground and adopt something like Quake 3 BSP and have one BSP compiler that allows us to do sky rooms and area portals and proper func detail and proper inclusion of models into the maps? Why do we not have that? Because the communities themselves are separate living things. There's very little overlap between the Quake 1, Quake 2, and Quake 3 community, when there should be at least considerable amount of overlap. And we really need to rethink how we make the workflow easier for everyone. Not just Quake 1 modders, but also Quake 2 and Quake 3 modders. And being able to play deathmatch levels from Quake 2 in FTE on Half-Life is one thing that I'm trying to do that will hopefully open people's eyes that, oh, a map format isn't exclusive to one type of game. Ooh, you know, it's a foreign concept to a lot of people, and that's why I show off the footage of me like running around Quake 3 BSP levels and Half-Life and stuff, because I think that's a really important way in showing off how versatile this toolkit is. And sadly, from the Quake community, there's very little cooperation. I know a lot of engine developers, and most of them are not interested. They want to do Quake, and that is it. They don't want to do anything else. They want to make Quake 1 run fast, they want to make Quake 1 look good, and they want to have that play well. They also, a lot of them, unfortunately, don't care about mod support. You load up something like Slide, which is a really cool mod, which, actually, I'm going to show off, because people do... I can't spell. People need to love how to... Yeah. Let's show off Slide. Slide is awesome. It's basically surfing before surfing. Might have to adjust some parameters.
Go.
Yeah. But like the Quake re-release, for example, does not play this. Dark Places does not play this. A lot of engines do not play this. Because it's not Quake. And that is really disappointing. You would figure that the community that embraces modding more than anything else would be making sure these mods still work. But it's a lot of work to support them, I get that. But people are very keen on breaking this stuff. For what reason, I do not know. Just, they don't care for anything that isn't Quake. And I think that needs to change. The Quake community fragmentation is sad but weird thing. I've experienced an odd amount of disdain whenever FT gets mentioned. Too complicated, other weird excuses. Meanwhile, post-public Quake 1 just don't have proper mouse menu support. Also, where did you get Slide? Multi-view all seems borked. Only acquired the trailer video. Oh! If you... Let me see. Is it on Quake Terminus? It might still be on Quake Terminus. Let me see. Mods. Yeah, Slide is here on Quake Terminus. So you grab those 2 zips. Also check out some of the other mods. I love... Airquake is fun. Definitely enjoy that on LAN parties. Alien Quake has one really cool map that I love called Nostromo BSP. Definitely check that out. Don't need to talk about Quake Rally. Jaws is cute and fun, just like the Star Wars mod that Fricassee made. Kickflip is really cool. Definitely you need to read into the README and rebind it. It's a bit janky, but it's still a lot of fun. Navy SEALs, oh man, we've been actually trying to track down some of the missing files. There's actually a lot more to Navy SEALs than people think. There actually was a multiplayer patch that's been lost. So that was a really rare glimpse at looking at a multiplayer version of a game like Counter-Strike before Counter-Strike. Ninja Quake, we also lost the Quake World version of that to time, which is really disappointing. Ninja Quake is really interesting because the developers were friends. Oh, well, they were on friendly terms with 3D Realms, and 3D Realms sent them a development build of Prey, supposedly, which would be nice to have. A build from 1998, no less. Painkeep's really cool. Humanoid is really awesome. Quake 1 Arena is really cursed, but cool. I haven't played Quest, but Slide is awesome. Target Quake is really cool. Tomorrow Never Dies. What a lot of people don't know about Tomorrow Never Dies, this was an official thing to promote the movie. There was a marketing agency that made this for Eon Productions and MGM. So Tomorrow Never Dies is actually an official 007 Quake mod. They'll switch, but yeah, on the topic of Quake community, it really comes down to 2 types. People fueled by nostalgia and people fueled by creative needs. FT Discord has been gaining users interested in using it. That's really cool. It's not exploding by any means, but there's more active users than it was when I joined. Yeah, I think, I mean, if people, all they care about is Quake, that's cool, that's one thing. But having butted heads against a lot of developers, and this is not a personal attack, people have their reasons why they are in the Quake community. Some really just only want to play on DM1 all day, you know? If that's what makes you happy, great. But there are some engine developers and people adopting engines. Again, I don't want to I don't want to bash Quake Spasm or anything, but obviously people really like Quake Spasm Spiked. Why is that? Because he puts in stuff that people actually need to make creative things in Quake. Not everyone just wants to look at the same dry palette all day. Yet, a lot of user space utilities for Quake development assume you use the Quake palette, for example. Or they assume you want to use the Quake particles, or it's just, yeah, we got the source code from John Carmack back in 99, and what do we do with it? We do very little. FTE is one of those engines where they, obviously, we went and made a lot of crazy shit happen. Yeah, that's cool and all, but the rest of the Quake community is pretty reserved. And, you know, again, that's why we use FTE, right? That's why other people use Quake Spasm Base, why some other people use Quake Spasm Spiked, and now people use Iron Whale. I don't expect Iron Whale to be like FTE, but there has been a hesitancy to adopt certain things. I asked Tomas, for example, when he said he would be working on Tomas Quake 2. This is like back in 2015, 2016. But he said he was going to work on it. And the first question I asked him is it going to support CSQC? And he said, no, I will not support CSQC. And then my question is, what is it going to do then? Is it not going to cater to the needs of having a client-side game module? Because people want custom HUDs. They've been wanting to do that ever since the Quake code came out. They want to be able to make custom menus and HUDs. They want to have visual fluff. They want to be able to implement really cool things on the client game. And hey, that's why Half-Life and Quake 3 had a client game, because people requested it, and people requested for Quake all the time. That's why simple CSQC exists for Quake Spasm Spiked, so that people can make client-side customizations really easily without having to learn all the complicated CSQC stuff. But there's still people in the engine developer community that do not want to adopt established standards. They don't want to adopt CSQC. They don't want to implement their own system. They just want to play Quake and do one interesting thing. And I think what would be more productive is to contribute that to an established project instead of starting a new engine. If Quake Spasm wants to stay close to Quake in looks and appearance, but just have a modern renderer, then maybe Iron Whale should have just been a patch for Quake Spasm. You know what I mean? I honestly hope that a lot of more creators will get into using Quick Engines when Wrath went early access. Well, that did not happen, and Wrath didn't quite happen either. Yeah. I mean, Wrath, from what I've heard, I could be wrong, but from what I've heard, I mean, with Dark Places, there's obviously issues, because that hasn't been updated in a while with a stable release. And I know they had to do a lot of work on that front. And we have to do a lot of work on the FTE front still. We're not perfect. There's a lot of stuff that FTE Quick will does wrong. There's still a lot of bugs that I've filed that haven't been addressed yet. And that's why it's important that we gotta pull ourselves together. And that we don't have too much fragmentation. And I think having 5 different Vulkan Quake engines is probably not the most productive thing we could be doing. I mean, these are all really cool things and people do them for noble reasons. But in the end, it's not going to help the community if we have 15 different engines doing the same thing. And somebody needs to be out there and say that stuff, and I'll happily, you know, take the blame for it. But that's just how I see it. I could have forked FTE Quake World, or I could have forked Dark Places. Hell, I even did at one point when we were working on the Wastes. I have a really old prototype of the Wastes running on Dark Places. That said, it wasn't usable for our purposes. And then we went to FTE, try that, and Spike was really, really willing to cooperate. And that's how we got here, through cooperation, through working together and discussing things and, you know, working together on a common goal. And that has been incredibly productive, for me anyway. And I wish more people in the community would adopt it. So this is more of a plight than a rant. So take it how you want to take it. But I think a lot of things need to change. So, yeah. And I don't know what to do. I know what to work on, but it's gonna be really dry and boring under the hood bot stuff. And I'm getting really tired and I haven't eaten anything all day, so I'm gonna have to wrap it up soon. But if there's any more questions, I would love to hear 'em. Get myself real quick. That's why having this dock app is really handy. I know KDE also has like a little notification icon that allows you to mute your mic, but man, it's really, really helpful seeing if your microphone is muted or not. But yeah, see you later, Paulo. Well, I also have to go. I've got to wake up in about 7 hours, so I'll hop off here. Yeah. No, no, it was a pleasure. I hope that maybe this starts some discussion. I mean, hopefully it does. Hopefully we're not just wasting our time here. But, yeah. I do hope that good stuff comes out of this. I mean, we're working on this for free, we're giving all this stuff away. I'm not expecting anyone to put in work for us for things we want to do. I'm a pretty, like, hands-on person myself. But I think that we should perhaps start defragmenting our efforts a little bit. Yeah. That's all I'm saying. Because there's too much duplicate effort, and there's a lot of stuff where it's like, maybe coming up with formats like BSP2 and instead adopting formats like Quake 3 BSP to address our needs. It's probably the better idea in the long term. So, that's just my stance on it. Other people will disagree with me, and that's fine. But it's food for thought. And especially to the next generation of people that'll come in and out of the community. Because they are the ones that'll call the shots. It's not gonna be us when we're dead, so. Anyway, that's it for today. I'm gonna go eat something and work on bot stuff. You'll see some commits trickle in. So see you all